Everyone, let's see if you can hear me. Try that again. Hello. Hello. All right, the mic will probably turn on when I'm starting to go, so if I get loud all of a sudden, I apologize. But thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. It's so nice to see so many of our amazing staff here, also with family, to celebrate this wonderful evening. Tonight, our goal is just to celebrate some of the amazing staff that we have in the district and some of the amazing things and the impact they've had on our students, and also some of the tremendous milestones and accomplishments that they've had during their time here as staff in the Reading Public Schools. I'd like to start by sharing, one of the hallmarks, I believe, of the Reading Public Schools is just our amazing teachers and our amazing staff. If you ask students and families what makes the district so special, it's often those folks that they have spent day in and day out with that make their experience so special. So I'd just like to thank all the staff that we're recognizing here tonight, but also the staff who aren't here tonight, who aren't recognized, but still day in and day out go above and beyond for our students. So I'd just like to start with a round of applause for all of our amazing staff. And so tonight we have a variety of different celebrations, recognitions. We're going to start by first honoring those who have put in some significant time in our district. We're starting with 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Actually, we'll start even before that. We'll start with 3. I should back up. 3 for professional teacher status, then 10, 20, 30, and then moving on to retirements. Then also moving on to our recipients of our Distinguished Staff and Distinguished Teacher Awards. And you'll have some other people coming up and speaking on behalf of some of our recipients. So, all right, so to start, in a minute you'll see the PowerPoint projected too, but I'd first like to acknowledge our professional teacher status. Teachers, this is for staff, our teachers who have just now completed their 3rd year and are entering into their 4th year. So when we call their names, if you just come on up, we have a certificate for you over here from our HR team, and we just give everyone a round of applause. We know that through the first 3 years of teaching are really, really difficult. I see some smiles from our veteran staff who've been here for a long time. Whether those are your first 3 years as a teacher or for your first 3 years in the district, we know that those 3 years can be challenging, and we appreciate, especially during a time where education can be challenging, you really committing to our district and wanting to be here for the future too. So without further ado, and I will go pretty quick, first up, Andrea Bonfiglio. Robin Cotta. And I should say Andrea's from the high school, Robin's from Parker, and I'll say the school names too. Joseph Demore from RMHS. Caitlin Fitch from JE. Joseph Morrissey from RMHS. Christine Paglia from Coolidge. Megan Rondo from RMHS. Cara Santa Maria from RMHS. Amelia Sinha from Woodend. Christina Smith from JE. Emily Smith from Barrows. Daniela Speziali from RMHS. Kyle Stanley from Killam. And last but not least, Julie Wall from Coolidge. I'll open the mic if there's anyone, PTS, who wants to say a few words. No one? All right. Again, congratulations on PTS, and also thank you for your dedication for the past 3 years and what's ahead. Shifting gears now to 10 years. Look around, we see so many of you who are younger than 10. Isn't that pretty cool? These people have been here longer than you've been alive. Isn't that pretty cool? It's awesome. So 10 years, a tremendous milestone, obviously a huge dedication to the community, and appreciate all the impact that that's had on so many students. The 10 years, the 20 years, the 30 years also reflect so many faces behind the scenes of kids that they've impacted. So a huge thank you to your dedication to our district. First up for 10 years, Kimberly Adamo from Killam. Caitlin Carter from Parker. Jerry Coyne from Coolidge. Lorette Cullen from Barrows. Christine D'Onofrio from Rise. Kara Duff from Barrows. Karen Hall from the district. Talia Hallett from Killam and formerly Birch. Erin Joyce from Rise. Kathy Naughton from Woodend. Patricia Pizzantini from now JE, formerly Birch. Courtney Prey from RMHS. Robin Regazzini from JE. Denise Santoro from Rise. Paul Simpson from Coolidge. Allison Williams from RMHS. And Matthew Williams from Parker. It's our 10 years. All right, so shifting gears into 20 years. Hard to believe that all of these staff members have been here longer than our seniors who just graduated, which puts things in perspective. So tremendous dedication. Starting with Patty Beckman from Birch Meadow. Frank Bono from RMHS. Michelle Callan from JE. Leah Christie from Parker. Melissa DeBloy from Killam. Tammy Jones from Parker. Julie Lacasse from RMHS. Ann Manna from JE. Camille McCormick from Rise. Michael Radvani from RMHS. Carol Sandberg from Barrows. Kathleen Tierney from Rise. And Catherine Whalen from Rise. And shifting to our 30 year, we have one this year. We do have several who have already eclipsed the 30-year milestone. We have one this year who is completing the 30-year milestone, and that's Robin Ferrazzani from Parker. So this year, in addition to those milestones, we also have 5 retirements. So I will call the name of the retiree, and then there's also someone in the audience, and maybe someone mysterious who don't know, will be speaking on your behalf to say a few words. We ask that just the speakers just do your best to keep it just to 2 minutes or under, and then we'll go from there. So first one, we'd like to congratulate for the second time tonight, Patty Beckman. Come on up. And do we have someone here who can speak on Patty's behalf? I see he's coming. He's hiding in the back. So Kristen says she has the sheet of who is assigned. So if you get nervous and get cold feet, she's going to call you up anyway. So it's...
I'm going to start this out for Patty with a few little-known facts. So, before I was the principal at Birch Meadow, there were a few principals at Birch Meadow. There was Julia Hendricks. Do you remember Julia? There was Eric Sprung. And little-known fact, Patty Beckman was interim principal of Birch Meadow.
Right in between those two.
Yep. Yep. In proving that she was the smartest principal ever, at the end of that year, she chose to go back to the classroom. That is where Patty's passion lies, and it shows in everything that she does every day. Another little-known fact, since the 1990s, and every decade since, there has been a Beckman at Birch Meadow, because in the 1990s, you had children go through Birch Meadow, correct? Yes, there is one of them. Okay, all right. Yeah, so Patty Beckman has known Birch Meadow as a parent, as a teacher, and as a principal. The mark she has left on that building and the people in that building, it really cannot be truly measured. It's been amazing. And Patty, I know that you're a gardener, and the seeds that, just like you do in your garden, you know, that you have planted with the faculty at that school and with the students at that school, they've taken hold, and they're strong. And I really want to thank you for that, because everything in that school has your mark on it, and I couldn't be more honored to have worked with you the past 3 years. Thank you so much, Patty, for your service.
Next, we'd like to congratulate Joyce from Rise.
I'm going to try really hard to do this without crying. But as I was thinking about what I wanted to say about Joyce, I wondered how to truly capture all the wonderful things about her. So I asked the director, Carrie, if she could reach out to the RISE staff to share their thoughts. I wasn't at all surprised to hear some of their comments. Joyce is a beloved teacher. She's the embodiment of an educator. She's kind, compassionate, intelligent. She's a true leader. She's the guru of RISE Preschool. She's the glue that has held our program together for many years. She's warm and caring. She's the life of the party. She has a great sense of humor. She's a great storyteller, can always make you laugh. She adores all of her students, and she's loved by all. As I read all of the tributes that staff had shared, I agreed with all of the words, but I still felt like something was missing. Over and over, I kept coming back to her voice. When I first met Joyce, she asked me where I was from, and I told her that I lived in Burlington. She said that her sister lived in Burlington, and as it turned out, I know her sister. I was struck by the fact that Joyce and her sister have the exact same voice. During my time at RISE, I've heard Joyce use her voice in so many ways. She uses it in simple ways to comfort students when they're upset, to celebrate the victories of her students, both big and small. She uses it to advocate for her students, and she uses it to sing. That's the way, I like it. After attendance is done and all of her students are at school. She also uses it to announce the start of vacations by singing, I'm on vacation, fa la 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 la. Joyce's voice has long been a source of strength, wisdom, and encouragement for the staff and students at RISE. Hearing Joyce's voice made the tough days more bearable and the good days better. Well, sorry. While we may no longer hear Joyce's voice in the hallway of RISE, the impact of her words and her voice will continue for years to come. Over the years, Joyce has used her voice to teach students to always begin with kindness. She has provided hundreds of students with the foundation they need to be successful, not only in Reading Public Schools, but in life. Joyce, you'll be missed.
And next up, Mark Farron. What's that? Okay, yep. And if Mark's not with us, I will go to Sean McGowan.
dear. It's a little better. I'm pleased to share some thoughts about Sean McGowan to celebrate his retirement from high school teaching. Sean joined us relatively recently at RMHS, first serving as a long-term substitute teacher in both the science and math departments. Students have enjoyed working with Sean because of his sense of humor and the energy he brings to classes. A student once told me that they hated math, shocking I know, but enjoyed Sean's class because he's really peppy for an older person. Students often ask math teachers, when am I ever going to use this? On the occasions that I've observed Sean's teaching, I was impressed by his ability to share his vast knowledge about the applications of the concepts he was teaching to answer this question. I even learned a few things myself. Outside of the classroom, Sean started a chess club that has grown into a group of devoted students. He encouraged any student to join, from those who had never played before to students with considerable experience. When the opportunity arose to offer more computer science classes at RMHS, Sean jumped at the opportunity to teach them. I was very happy because I had been worried that we wouldn't be able to find a teacher at all, and then when I discovered that Sean was a great fit for the classes, I was even more thrilled. We recently received a grant from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education to offer students an innovation career pathway in computer science. Sean again stepped up to the plate to take on the additional planning work required to adjust his classes to qualify through credit through the innovation career pathways. It's challenging to take on any new course as a teacher, but Sean did it for 2 courses per year for the last 2 years of his teaching career, which I just think is a credit to his professionalism and his desire to still be in a classroom, even as an older person. As a colleague, Sean is congenial and always in a sunny mood. He eats lunch in the department office, and he can hold his own in any discussion, whether it's about sports or relationships or even being a caretaker to a parent. He also brings snacks to us regularly, which is surely always the way to our hearts. Students and teachers alike will miss Sean next year and beyond, but we wish him the best luck as he moves on to his new chapter.
Thank you all.
And last but not least, Meg Powers from Parker. I don't believe Meg is able to attend tonight. I'm glad we were able to give her and both Mark a round of applause as well. So I think when you hear those, you can obviously see the tremendous impact that those staff members have had on our community. Just a huge thank you to each of you, and best of luck in retirement. If you get bored, we will always have roles for you in the district. Many different ones. Come back, let us know. We'll welcome you back with open arms. So we're going to move forward and on to our Distinguished Teaching Awards. So these are awards that go to teachers who were nominated either by colleagues, by parents, by students for their amazing work in our community. So we're tonight, similar process. We're going to have, I'll read the name of the recipient. The recipient will come up and they'll have someone in the audience to come up to be able to speak on their behalf. And I guess I just ask that we keep it just to under 2 minutes, and then we'll be right on track for 7 o'clock. So, all right, first up, our first recipient, Denise Conroy from Coolidge Middle School.
So I am truly honored to be able to stand here tonight to speak about Denise on behalf of many staff members, parents, and most importantly, students. Denise has been teaching 6th grade math for 12 years at Coolidge. She was a career changer and came to us eager, ready to give it her all and wanting to learn. She dove into this new career, dedicating a tremendous amount of time to collaborating, to learning the ropes, and to supporting students. So many of our Coolidge teachers, including Denise, are hardworking, dedicated, collaborative, and creative. But what Denise has a phenomenal natural tendency for, as it is in her natural character, is how she makes people feel. You know the saying, it's not what you say or do, but it's how you make others feel when you say or do it. Well, she is the person that both says and does things with a full heart and with supreme generosity of spirit. And she does so in a manner that people feel cared for, seen, heard, and respected. By people, I mean students, colleagues, and parents. For students, when they feel safe and cared for, they are more ready to learn, to take on challenges, and to achieve. This is absolutely true for Denise's students. She challenges them every day to be their best selves. She arrives early and stays late to answer their questions and to get them started on their optional homework. Beyond teaching, Denise participates in planning to benefit the school, such as the advisory planning. This year, she's also serving as the middle school math curriculum lead. She's the type of person that when she's at the table, you appreciate her thoughtfulness no matter the subject, as her insights are grounded in strong values and are always student-centered. The other day, a graduating senior reached out to Denise wanting to reconnect. As she is a Boston resident, this meant that her parent drove her to Reading to allow her this after-school opportunity. The student was in Denise's advisory group as well as her math class in 6th grade. She returned to Coolidge 6 years later to reminisce with Denise about 6th grade and to share the impact Denise made on her, and an impact that lasted way beyond 6th grade. At the end of their visit, Denise then went out to the student's parents' car to say hello, as she also builds strong relationships with families. She stood in the pouring rain, having what I'm sure was a genuine, heartfelt conversation through the car window. She returned to her classroom soaked and beaming, where she then learned that she had received the district recognition of the distinguished teacher. As I watched her pass by, I thought, this is what it's all about. Denise deserves all of the accolades she is receiving, I know she would want me to mention, because her spirit is so generous, her collegial partnership with Charlie Smith. Charlie came out of retirement to return to teaching at Coolidge at about the same time Denise began her career. They meet every day, plan everything together, support and challenge each other, and together provide our 6th graders with an extremely strong math foundation. And Denise also helps to keep Charlie organized. Denise, I could go on behalf of myself, your colleagues, and most importantly, your students. Thank you for embodying our sense of belonging goals and for helping us all feel so very much cared for in your presence.
Next up, Emma Costigan from Wood End.
So this is super exciting because neither Emma nor her mom knew that they were both receiving this award tonight. So really exciting for both of them to be here. So Emma's mom was the previous recipient of this award. So a really exciting family honor here. So I'm honored here tonight to give Emma this teacher award here. While Emma's official title at Wood End is school psychologist, she is much more than that on a daily basis and wears many, many hats at Wood End. For staff, she's a friend, she's a colleague, she's their thought partner, she's their confidant. For our students, she's their teacher, she's behavior and emotional support as needed. She's a daily check-in or out, and often one of their biggest cheerleaders in our building. She knows just about every student who walks our halls. She connects with them while in the halls, at lunch or recess, and in our classrooms. Emma is the most humble person in our building. You would not know the amount of knowledge that she carries on with her each day until you work alongside her. She's incredibly articulate, creates the most comprehensive and beautiful data presentations I have ever seen. She helps lead our student support team and our SEL team, and she's always focused on making the most informed decisions for our students. In addition to never giving up on some of our hardest days at Wood End, she's creative, she's always thinking outside the box. She is consistently calm. I've never met a more calm person in my life. Always smiling. She always has students' best interest in mind. She's always trying to better herself, improve our school, and make best practice and ensure that we have best practices in our building. As a valued member of our school community, I am honored and fortunate to have you in our building. Emma, congratulations.
Next up, Nick Fisichella from Parker.
Good evening, everyone. I have the honor of presenting this award to our first-year special education teacher, Nick. He is a special education teacher in our therapeutic program, and I asked two of the colleagues who are closest to him, who were unable to make it tonight, to share some thoughts about him. They write, although we are unable to join you in person today, we are honored to speak on behalf of our exceptional colleague, Nick Fisichella. Nick is not just a teacher. He is a beacon of light in our community. Day in and day out, he pours his heart and soul into his work, creating a nurturing and supportive environment where every child feels valued and empowered. What truly sets Nick apart is his unwavering positivity and infectious attitude. Even in the face of adversity, he approaches every day with a smile on his face and a determination to make a difference. He is not only a mentor to us, but a source of inspiration for all who have the privilege of knowing him. Nick embodies the very essence of what it means to be an exceptional educator in the Reading Public Schools. His passion, dedication, and genuine love for his students are evident in everything he does. We are immensely proud to call him our colleague and friend, and we know that his legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. I couldn't agree more with the sentiments and statements of our two paras who work closely with Nick, Emma Gualtieri and Caroline Ferrazzani. Congratulations, Nick, on this incredible honor.
Next up, Erin Gibson from Barrows.
On behalf of the Barrows staff and community, the teachers, administration, and especially students, I'm honored to speak on behalf of Erin. Erin is a phenomenal reading specialist. She's beloved by students and colleagues alike. In the past 2 years in this role at Barrows, she has helped so many struggling readers build their understanding of our English code and become stronger, more confident readers through effective and targeted reading instruction. Don't take my word for it. The growth in our reading data says it all. But it's not just our school's DIBELS scores that show an Erin effect. When students leave her room, you see them confident and smiling. Erin knows just how to help them, has an endless archive of engaging resources, and possesses all the right teaching chops to make her instructions stick. Her knowledge of evidence-based literacy practices is enormous, and she generously advises teachers who seek support. She is always prepared to offer teachers sound advice or impactful resources to support their struggling readers and writers. Erin has served as an informal literacy coach, helping us navigate our new literacy curriculum and supporting us in a variety of ways, from sharing slides and guides to taking on some of our assessment workload. She is always calm, upbeat, empathetic, and knowledgeable. She has gone above and beyond to support us teachers in our literacy work without any expectation of praise or recognition. Students love her, teachers love her. Erin is an invaluable member of our Barrows school community and a true shining star in our district.
Next up, Julie Lacasse from RMHS.
I am so thrilled to have the privilege of speaking about Julie Lacasse this evening. The student who nominated her says, Mrs. Lacasse really demonstrates the student-centric approach. She went above and beyond when I was absent by going out of her way to find me videos of the things we were learning in class. Students find Julie approachable and helpful. Anytime I pass Julie's room, either before school, during flex, or after school, there is a mob of students in there. And Julie handles it all gracefully and make sure that every student gets what they need. She cares deeply about students learning math in a way that not only makes them understand the difficult concepts in the moment, but also remember them in the long term. Her students leave her classes ready to take on future math courses without fear of not having a firm foundation. For example, her students regularly achieve the highest advanced placement exam scores of any group at RMHS and move on to a variety of STEM majors if that's the path that they desire. Julie also maintains high expectations of her students, motivating them to foster life skills such as meeting deadlines and managing their time. Sorry, the microphone is in my way. Let me try this again. Alumni often identify Julie as one of their favorite and best teachers at RMHS because her teaching and expectations prepared them for the high-level math courses and the demands of college life. She really gives them a foundation not only in the math, but also in taking responsibility and persevering. And I will say sometimes they don't always love it in the moment, but students do come back and say, oh my gosh, Mrs. Lacasse, I thought of her frequently when I was in my Diffie-Qs class because I learned AP Calculus. I think one of my favorite anecdotes about Julie is when a group of her AP Calculus students enlisted the custodian to let them into her room before school so they could leave her a surprise. It was a water-filled kiddie pool with a label denoting it as Tears of Ms. Lacasse's AP Students. It was a very entertaining gesture, and I believe that they meant it in the nicest possible way to let her know that they appreciated every minute that she gave them, but also wanted her to know that it was tough on them in some cases. Julie is also an invaluable member of the Math and Business Department. She functions as a mentor to new teachers each year, and they all value her support and go to her as a resource even when their official mentorship relationship has ended. For myself, Julie always offers me insightful and helpful feedback about anything I'm planning to do, or in some cases, anything that I've already done, which is really helpful for me because I know she's always going to tell me like it is, and sometimes that's just what you need as an adult doing your job. I greatly respect Julie's experience and thoughts. I hope that I've been able to do her justice in this short speech to represent the tremendous asset that Julie is to her students and colleagues in the RMHS community as a whole.
Next up, Cindy Marte from Birch.
Oh, Cindy. I'm going to start off by telling a little story that I think will
Please don't.
Yes, I will, that I think will sum Cindy up. So the first time that I ever met Cindy was on the day I interviewed her, of course. And she was in the office. Now, I am not that funny of a person, but I said something that Cindy found so funny. I don't know if you remember this interview, that Cindy laughed so hard, so truthfully hard, that the meeting next to us in the next room was interrupted. And they stood up and they came to the office window and they looked in my office window to see what was going on. And when the interview was over and we kind of debriefed, somebody said to me, I don't know, would she fit there? You know, would she fit at Birch Meadow? And I said, she's the perfect fit for Birch Meadow. And Cindy, you have been the perfect fit for Birch Meadow. It's been only 3 years, and I'm going to just list some of the things that you have jumped on there. You've been on SST, which is our student support team for struggling students. You've served on instructional leadership team, leading the building. You've been on school council, helping write our school improvement plan. You've been on the attendance team, and with Cindy on the attendance team, we've moved from a chronic absenteeism of 10% to almost 5% this year. That's a huge change. You've been our assembly coordinator, and those assemblies are way better than they used to be, Cindy, you know that. You've mentored new METCO coordinators. You've helped us bring in the check-in, check-out system for students. And you've connected with students on a level that I truly find magical. There's nothing closer to magic than a teacher or an educator that won't give up on a kid. And that's you. And I really appreciate that about you, Cindy. So you have been a perfect fit for every single student and every single faculty in that building. Thank you, Cindy.
Next up, Jess Coronetta from JE.
Good afternoon, everyone. So when walking into Ms. Cornetta's classroom, which is also known as the home of the caterpillars, there is an immediate sense of warmth and belonging. It is impossible not to feel loved, supported, and cared for when Ms. Cornetta is rooting for you. As a new kindergartner coming into the school for the first time, what else could you ask for? But it's not just the students that feel this way. I've been at Ms. Cornetta's back to school nights and curriculum nights, and every time I've sat down and I look and I say, this parent is not a current kindergarten student or have a child that's in kindergarten, but it's actually former parents that are coming back to Ms. Cornetta's classroom just to see her and be in that space again. Ms. Coronetta, you are absolutely an incredible teacher. Your students, your staff, and our whole community are so lucky to have you. This year, we onboarded ARC core curriculum for our kindergarten through second grade for the first time. And I'm not sure if there's any kindergarten teachers in the audience here today, but Ms. Coronetta has shared her lesson plans and her curriculum slides with the entire district for kindergarten. And I see some nods in the background, and they've been used in all of our schools. So Jess, it's an honor to have you at JE. Our kids deserve you, our parents love you, and our staff really appreciate all of your support.
Next up, Anne Marie McGrath from RISE.
Yeah. So Anne Marie, unfortunately, is banned to be home because she's not feeling well. But the RISE team felt it was really important for us to still come today and tell you all about her. So it's really a treat for me to get to talk about her with everyone here. I've been able to work alongside of her for the last year. So having known her only a year, I decided to ask the people who know her even better than I've gotten to know her this year, the RISE team, staff, and also her students. So here's what they had to say. Her colleagues describe her as exceptional, brilliant, dedicated and hardworking, calming, patient and kind, a treasure. She's nurturing, she's RISE's unsung hero. She's always ready to go the extra mile. She's supportive, always looking out for her students with kindness, and she does not realize how truly talented she is. So here's what some of her students had to say about her. She got the Best Teacher Award because she lets me color. We gave her a crown because she is the best teacher. She is silly and she is funny. She loves when we sing songs. She gives everyone a special job. And William, who's in the crowd tonight, said that her favorite color is brown, and she is the best teacher ever. Finally, her student Ryan says that she loves me and I love her back. So I would agree with all of the things that everyone has said about Anne Marie, and also want to add that watching Anne Marie teach is like watching a master class in child development. She is amazing. She's a team player. She gives generously to others. She goes the extra mile, even when no one asked or there's no one there to give her credit for it. But the most important thing about Anne Marie and what makes her so special is the way that she makes people feel. Every colleague feels like she is on their team, because she is. Every family feels that she cares deeply about their child, because she does. And every child feels like they are her very special favorite at that moment, because they are. Congratulations, Anne Marie. We hope that somehow you're watching. Although the spotlight is not your thing, you deserve this recognition so very much. We're lucky to have you on the RISE team to share all the many skills you bring to the classroom and to our program, to be a mentor to others, and to model the joy that you have for meeting every child where they are with appropriate expectations and with love. Because of you, children are developing a love for learning that will last them for a lifetime. We love you, Anne Marie.
And our last teaching recipient is Anne Sweeney White from Killam.
I'm so pleased to be presenting this award to Anne Sweeney White. Anne has been a Reading educator for 19 years and has spent all of that time at Killam. Anne puts her family, friends, and students at the forefront of all that she does. Anne had, for the first time, maybe ever, planned something special for herself that just happened to be tonight. It took a lot, and I mean a lot, of coaxing to get her not to cancel her plans to be here in person. We've compromised to use FaceTime, and her lovely children, William and Quinn, are here to accept the award for her. If you know Anne, you know that she is fully dedicated to everything that she does, and that she does not love attention. She would love to fly under the radar as much as possible. Tonight, I want to highlight many of the ways that she shouldn't. On a daily basis, Anne is meeting students' needs academically, socially, and emotionally. It is part of her nature to do whatever it takes to support all of her students, and she wholeheartedly believes in every single one of them. This came out loud and clear in what former students of Anne had to say about her. There was definitely common themes in the things students had to say. Some of the things I was told about Anne are that she was always nice and kind when the kids made unexpected choices. She helped them solve the problem. She included everyone. She would always help me or anybody whenever they needed help with anything. Even now that I'm not in her class, she still cares about me and always wants to hear about me and my day. She 100% deserves this award. I'm so happy and grateful I got to have a teacher like her. I could never ask for a better teacher. And a very biased Killam kindergartner said that she is good and trustworthy. She is the best teacher in the world. She's getting an award, so it must be true. Thank you, Anne, for your dedication to Reading, Killam, your colleagues, and your students each and every day.
Now, shifting gears to our last set of awards, which is the Distinguished Staff Member Awards, which go out to staff members who are not in teaching positions. You'll see a variety of positions represented tonight. We have folks who are going to come up and speak on their behalf. And again, we ask you just do your best to keep those nice words in under 2 minutes the best that we can. So first up, from the Reading Police Department of Crossing Guard, Linda Burns.
Good evening. I just wanted to say a few words for Linda, and as well start off by saying, expressing our thank you from the Reading Police Department for nominating Linda for this great honor. Linda has been with us. I've been working with Linda for close to 10 years now, and she's been a delight to work with. And it's a real honor to be up here with her, for her to receive this award. She comes in, positive attitude. She's always happy to work with, and whenever I need her to do anything extra, she's always there for me. So it's a real honor to be up here, and congratulations to Linda, and thank you.
Next up, Silvana Columba from Birch.
Silvana. There are two words that come to mind when I picture Silvana, is kindness and patience. For those of you that don't know Silvana, she works in one of our sub-separate programs, so she works with some of our most fragile learners, and it really takes kindness and patience every day. And they can be some difficult days. But Silvana really brings her A game every single day and loves every single kid that she works with. You know, paraprofessionals have the hardest job, in my opinion, in any building to do it well. In this year in particular, Silvana, you had 4 new special education teachers in your department, and then you, on top of that, you had 5 decide to have babies and go out on maternity leave. That's a lot of new staff in your department, and it meant that the people in your department had to step up as leaders no matter what their job title was. And you've done that this year, and you've done it every year since I've known you. You mentor new staff, and you work with some of our most struggling learners, and every single day, so many students and so many people in that building count on you. It's truly remarkable to watch you in action, and we are truly blessed and privileged to have you in Reading Public Schools. Thank you, Silvana.
Next up, Richard Cross from the Reading Public Schools District.
For those of you who may not know me, because I'm usually behind the scenes, my name is Kristen Cohen. I'm the HR payroll specialist down in central office. I've been in the district for 12 years now, and during my time, the district has undergone many changes, but one of the constants here has been Mr. Cross. So tonight, I have the distinct honor of recognizing our beloved career. Dick has been a staple of our school community for many years. I truly can't think of anyone who deserves this recognition more. He embodies dedication, commitment, and an unwavering spirit and energy that continues to inspire us all. Dick has an uncanny ability to remember everyone, despite the number of places he visits, yes you do, and the number of locations and the people you see on a daily basis. Whether it's a cheerful greeting in the morning or a friendly chat in the hallway, he knows all of us, knows what we do. He makes each of us feel valued and appreciated. Dick keeps us on track, ensuring that the day-to-day operations run smoothly, from delivering important documents in a timely fashion to gently reminding me that it's Thursday and we have to go get the checks at Town Hall. He's a symbol of consistency and reliability. When he's out for any reason, his manager, Kevin, knows the first thing he has to do is call me so that I don't worry and that I can literally plan my day around Dick's absence. Dick really is the glue that holds everything together, and we are so incredibly fortunate to have him as part of our team. So Dick, we thank you for your years of service, your kindness, and your dedication. You're a true gem in our community, and we are so grateful for all you do.
Next up, Diane Finnegan from Parker.
So I have the privilege to present this award to Diane. And again, I ask the staff for some advice and some things that they would like to recognize about her. It is not hyperbole. Our building does not function without Diane. She works tirelessly to keep the ship afloat and keep some of us in line when we need that too. No matter what she is in the middle of, if you approach her with a question or concern, she stops and makes your item her top priority. She has her pulse on the whole of Parker. Her work ethic is unsurpassed. Her sick days are few and far between. Her vacations are scheduled so as not to disrupt the school agenda. This is 100% true. If I owned a company, I would want her as my number one person. She can tell you what the ripple effect of any change will have because she knows why things are like they are. She's highly competent, expertly organized. She thinks of everything, sometimes saving us from a potential misstep. She listens to all of our stories, complaints, reasons for absences, weekend plans, family achievements. We all know she's the one who's truly running the school, and we also know that we'd absolutely be lost without her. For me personally, she has been my lifeline. She's my confidant, my advisor, and shoulder to cry on when things are really stressful. Diane, I'm so excited and so happy that you are receiving this award tonight. It is truly so deserved. Thank you for everything.
Next up, Janelle Gretorix from Coolidge.
3 years ago, when Janelle Gretorix arrived for an interview for one of our para-educator positions, her caring and flexible demeanor were evident immediately. She was ready to take on any challenge, approached the position with curiosity, and showed tremendous flexibility with doing whatever we needed. She began in the Embark program, meeting the highly individualized needs of students. It was then that we saw that the traits that she showed in the interview held true in reality. She helped the students feel seen, heard, and challenged. And she did so with positivity, flexibility, and care. When circumstances led to a change in role, she pivoted, quickly adapting to support sixth grade students within general education classes and in academic support. Over the years, she has built strong relationships with her colleagues as well as the students, provided a natural expertise with curriculum, supported all students, and has been an active member of classrooms. She continues to be flexible, knowledgeable, and caring, and is an absolute professional. She is reliable, all while maintaining a wonderful sense of humor and levity. She is also extremely humble, so I know is struggling standing here next to me right now. She has built strong relationships with her colleagues on Team Voyager, her students, and also other para-educators across the building, all of which contribute positively to the positive and strong building culture at Coolidge. We are grateful that she has not only joined the Coolidge staff, but stayed with us through changing roles and responsibilities. And we hope she stays with us for years to come. Congratulations, Janelle, on your well-deserved receipt of the Distinguished Staff Award.
Next up, Claire Golden from JE.
All right, it takes a very special person to oversee all of elementary lunches. It takes someone who can juggle multiple tasks, supervise large groups of students, ensure systems are followed to keep students safe, manage a little or a lot of organized chaos, and be in 20 places at once. And Claire somehow finds joy in it all and is that special person. I think one of my favorite parts of the day is listening to Claire make announcements at lunch that bring in very subtle bits of humor with a lot of patience and poise that gets the whole class, like all she has to do is tap that microphone and all the students are silent and listening.
Almost all.
Almost all. But beyond the lunchroom, Claire is always there when we need her. From 6 a.m. texts asking if she can cover a class, she always makes time to fill in where we need her. The best part of this year has been having both of her wonderful daughters, who are here today, be a part of our school community as the golden trio. Claire, thank you for being such an integral part of our school community and for bringing joy to those that you interact with. Thank you so much.
Next up, Heidi Lebetique from our food service department.
Hello, I am not Heidi Lebetique. I'm accepting her award on her behalf. She unfortunately could not make it tonight. She has her daughter's dance recital. She's very grateful, so I'm accepting on her behalf. Tonight, it is my distinct honor to recognize the remarkable contributions of an exceptional individual who truly embodies the spirit of dedication and excellence within our community, our very own cafeteria manager of Wood End Elementary School, Heidi Lebetique. Heidi goes above and beyond every single day to create the best possible environment for our students. She knows each and of them by name, making every child feel valued and welcomed. As a true ambassador of the Reading Public Schools Food Service Department, her commitment is unwavering. Beyond her daily responsibilities, Heidi serves as the president of the union, where she successfully navigated a phenomenal new contract this year that supports the dedication and the hard work of all of our cafeteria food service employees. Her leadership in this role has been nothing short of inspirational. As both an employee and a parent of the Reading Public Schools, Heidi pours her heart and her soul into every day. She is constantly seeking innovative ways to introduce new, healthy, fun menu items that excite and nourish our students. Her passion for excellence recently led her to host our state senators, Jason Lewis, Representative Bradley Jones, and representatives from the Department of Education, showcasing our food program as an outstanding model of clean, healthy, and inclusive menu options for our children. Heidi, if she was here, it is a privilege to work alongside you. Your dedication, creativity, and leadership have made a lasting impact on our community. I eagerly look forward to seeing where we will take our program in the future, and I am confident that with your continued leadership, the sky is the limit. Thank you, Heidi, for all that you do. We are incredibly fortunate to have you as part of our team. Congratulations and thank you.
Next up, John Shannon from RMHS.
You can come up here with me, bud. Are you coming up or no? I'm Jess Ayer. I'm a teacher in the Embark program up at the high school. It's our substantially separate special education program for students with significant disabilities. Jack works as a paraprofessional in the Embark program at RMHS. He continually goes above and beyond in his role to provide some of our most challenging students with a high level of support. He's always willing to support students when they're struggling with significant behavioral issues, responding in a calm, kind, and compassionate manner to aid them in returning to baseline. He supports students in inclusion classes, providing them with on-the-spot modifications to work while holding them accountable for achieving a high level of learning. Jack's a team player who has worked hard this year to help new staff acclimate to working with the students in our program. He's been supportive, friendly, and willing to be flexible when working through staffing shortages due to various issues. As a teacher in the Embark classroom, I know that I don't need to worry if I'm unexpectedly out because Jack is always willing to step up to the plate and is always able to lead the classroom in my absence in a manner that ensures students receive the consistency they need. Jack also goes above and beyond in supporting our students outside of the school day as well. He assists in coaching our unified basketball team, attending almost all practices and games outside of the workday. He supported our transition age students this year in attending a regional transition bowling league throughout the school year. He's also been willing to support students on a multitude of community outings as well as during various Best Buddies events.
All of these things are above and beyond the scope of his job, and they're things that are 100% in the best interest of our students. I truly feel that Jack's a pillar of our Embark program, and he's made many contributions to the success of our classroom and our students. Austin, who I'm sure everybody knows, is in our classroom. He wrote something about Mr. Shannon, but he, for some reason, does.
So it's read by my mother. I know.
Okay, do you want to come read it with me together? Do you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay, this is what Austin wrote. Mr. Shannon is kind, Mr. Shannon is humble, and most importantly, he is responsible. One thing Mr. Shannon helps me with is my morning work. One thing Mr. Shannon taught me is to stop being so loud.
It's true.
My favorite thing about Mr. Shannon is that he's funny, even if he's not as funny as.
Mr. I'm not being me.
And then what was the last thing you wanted to say?
Did you read it now? No. There you go.
And last but not least, Luke Ulysses from the high school. And Mr. Martin is here to present the award, but his daughter wanted to hang out with him in the back, so we asked if I would read on his behalf. So I know Mr. Martin's back there in support. So Luke epitomized, this is written by RMHS Assistant Principal Jess Terrio, and Luke is our coordinator, our METCO coordinator up here at the high school. Luke epitomizes excellence in education through his unwavering dedication, outstanding leadership, and genuine commitment to student success. As the METCO coordinator, Luke not only holds the students to high standard, but goes above and beyond to ensure their holistic development. His remarkable contributions to our school community make him an exceptional candidate for the Distinguished Staff Member Award. Luke's impact on students is profound and far-reaching. He establishes strong relationships with the students, serving as both a mentor and role model. Luke not only teaches life skills, but also pushes them to achieve their fullest potential academically and athletically. His generosity with his time and his respectful treatment of students creates a nurturing environment where his students thrive. What truly distinguishes Luke is his exceptional communication skills. He maintains open and transparent communication with families, keeping them informed about every aspect of their child's educational journey. Luke believes in the power of collaboration and actively engages families in their child's education, fostering a sense of partnership and mutual support. Beyond student interactions, Luke is a collaborative team member who actively contributes to the broader school community. He participates in various meetings and initiatives, sharing insights and strategies to enhance the overall student experience. Luke's dedication to continuous improvement reflects his commitment to creating an environment conducive to learning and growth. In summary, Luke embodies the qualities of an exemplary educator and mentor. His personalized approach to student support, his transparent communication with families, and his collaborative spirit make him a shining example within our RMHS school community. He sets a standard of excellence for educators and inspires us all to strive for greatness. Therefore, I can't think of a more deserving recipient than Luke for the Distinguished Staff Member Award. Congratulations. So as we close, I'd like to first give a thank you to our HR team, too, for putting together a wonderful evening for everyone. And also just like to give a huge congratulations to all of the recipients and honorees tonight for the impact that they've had on our community and our students. Thank you and congratulations. That concludes the program. We do have a school committee meeting. Anyone's welcome to stay. Otherwise, you can transition out. Enjoy your evening. Congratulations and thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Well deserved.
6:13 p.m. We're running a little late because we had some celebrations of staff ahead of time right before this meeting that kept the room, but it was important and it was great. So here we are. I'm going to quickly walk through the agenda and then we'll dive in with the very first and guaranteed to be fun part of the agenda. Right, gentlemen? Yes? Okay. So we'll start with public comment. Anybody here that wants to speak to anything that's not on the agenda, that would be for public comment. You have 2 minutes or so to speak, and just tell us your name and address and what your topic is and go through it. We'll then jump into Focus on Excellence, and we have our Shark Tank team here to talk us through what's going on with that. We have a consent agenda, multiple items there. We'll then move to reports, and we have multiple members of staff as well as liaison and subcommittee reports to go through. After that, we'll move to our new business, which I actually should have had as old business, but new business of the Athletics Facility Advisory Committee formation, which will include discussion and deliberation on 2 requests that have been put to us over the last 2 meetings for Phil Vaccaro and Charlie Hardy. We'll then have the CPAC FY24 end of year update, and we have some members of the CPAC here to present to us, and we're excited to hear from them. We have a Parker Principal Search Process discussion, FY24 end of year personnel update, the Math Pathways final FY24 update, Student Services end of year update, including a quick program review status, benchmark update versus district strategic plan evidence presentation for pillars 1 and 4, and we will conclude the public portion of our meeting with a school committee vote for the school year 24-25 calendar update. There's a small update in December, if I remember correctly. And then we will adjourn ourselves not to return to executive session to conduct strategy and preparations for negotiations with non-union personnel. Okay, with that said, let's start. Does anybody here have any public comment for any item that is not on the agenda? Seeing none, then I will turn to Dr. Milczewski to introduce Shark Tank and what we're doing here.
Absolutely. This will be a quick introduction. We are thrilled tonight to have some of our Coolidge students here to present their Shark Tank ideas and to pitch them to the committee. So I'd like to introduce Mr. Matt Darling, who's going to be able to come up, tell us a little bit about what's going on, and then get the students up here into the tank.
Sure. You want this one?
Sure.
Hi, everyone. I'm Matt Darling. I'm the Tech Integration Specialist at Coolidge Middle School. Every year, our 6th grade group studies computer science through the problem-solving process, and we culminate in a big Shark Tank activity. So they've been working hard to design a pretend app with the idea that it would be something that would help the community. Then they go in front of a panel of, tonight, school committee, but usually teachers, administrators, and older peers to pitch their ideas and see how people like it and kind of get deals in the way of Shark Tank. We don't usually play the financial aspect of the game. It's more about the philanthropic effort. Do we think this would help the community? And have they really thought through their computer science concepts? So we're very pleased to have 2 groups presenting their ideas tonight.
Great.
I'm going to go MC, and then Luke's group, you're first. Okay? You sit where I sat.
Come on up. Luke's
Come
group.
on up. You're up.
Luke's group, come up to the hot seat.
I promised them a big walk.
Over here, yep, there we go.
Okay. And you have to speak into both mics. We do your slideshow.
I got everything first.
We don't have cable. You gotta talk into both microphones, okay? Your phone is right there. Just pronounce it.
Our app is Community Cones Together by Will Honer, Luke LeBrack, and Mikey Millerick.
A big problem that our app solves is that it makes the community come together to help a certain town, and it helps people get outside to do something useful that helps other people.
Can't read it.
You can see it over there.
I can't read it.
Want to read it for me?
There's way too much trash everywhere. In local parks, ocean, rivers, just so much trash. That is why we need to help to make the community come together and pick up trash.
Pick a place, pick a time, and pick a date. It'll be on our app. You can pick a time, pick a place, pick a date for like a certain area and park where you can help the community and clean up. This is another example of our pick a time, pick a place, pick a date. There's many options for it. And when the park is not clean, there'll be like on our app a red dot that says it's not clean. And if it needs some cleaning, there'll be a green dot. So yeah, and you can pick like from any option. All right, Will.
You can find a match that you would like to buy, that you would like by volunteering to come to clean up an event at any time and a place, and if you are available.
We store all our park statuses because we would not want people to show up at an empty park, and we don't want to waste people's times that are just trying to help the community.
There's many possible events, such as any time events and day events.
One of our first immediate ideas was trash. It was trash because everywhere me and my partner went, we saw trash. So we wanted to make a change. Now we have more options and you can volunteer for more than one thing.
Our app is a good investment for people from all around to come together because this is what we want this is what the world needs right now.
So now the judges have some question sheets to ask these young entrepreneurs.
I'll start. Gentlemen, what information about the user is stored in your app, and how do you protect it?
We protect it by keeping all the, we just keep updated. We store the information so it doesn't get lost.
Yeah, so if it's clean, we don't want people to show up to an empty, an already clean park. That'd be a waste of time. So that's why we store all of it.
How do you define the target audience for this app?
We define the target audience by people who want to make the world a better place and a more clean place.
Here we go.
What does this app do that users can't do on their own?
So people without with social anxiety, they can just talk on the app and we just want to bring the community together. So that's what we do.
Yeah, it's not only about picking up trash. It's to meet new people and come together basically.
Thank you.
What tools did you use to develop this app?
We use the tools of the problem solving steps to get this app done. Inputs, outputs, process. All that. Storage. Yeah.
How is this app up in terms of the parks that need cleaning? Who updates that and how often and who's responsible for that? What's that look like?
We are responsible for that.
Is that?
We are responsible for that.
So you will not only going to develop that, but you're also going to keep it moving up. Okay, great.
Yes.
Great.
We'll update it as frequently as possible, yeah.
Great.
Aaron,
Of course you can.
Go ahead. Or Sarah.
Can you sign up as a group? Could you have a couple people sign up together for a time slot, or is it just individual users you're hoping to?
Yeah, you could do that, but you can always sign up as a group if you just everybody just come together.
Got it. Thank you.
Was this your initial idea, or did you originally have something a little bit different and you landed on this?
Our initial idea was just only trash, but then as we thought more about it, we came up with more ideas, helping the community come together and not just going to pick up trash, because there needs to be two things involved, we think. So making friends and picking up trash.
Okay, so judges, Are you in or are you out? Kellen?
I really like that this makes it easy for people to find an opportunity when they're looking for some way to give back versus having to be connected to some group or organization or things like that that they otherwise might find it through. I'm in.
Sure.
I am definitely in. I love seeing people, volunteering in their community and doing something good. So I think this is an awesome way, and I love organization. So this is even better.
Carla?
I like that people can, if they find they have nothing to do on a Saturday morning, they could just go onto the app and find an activity to do with other people. And I like how it does something good for the community, but also has a sociability aspect. So I'm in. And Chuck's paying for it.
The investor.
Aaron?
I think this is a fantastic idea, and I think it genuinely fills a need in our community. So I imagine it would fill a need for other communities as well. So I'm definitely in.
Sure.
So I know we didn't talk about the financial aspect of it, but I'm in because I think that it supports and could potentially offset some of the community's cost for trash collection.
That brings it down to me, huh? You all are too nice. I'm in if we can expand it. And the reason I'll say that is some of us have been working on a resource gatherer as part of the children's cabinet and the ability to connect the community to bring other resources together, not just to pick trash up, but to take care of how people can reach other resources. I mean, how do I get help with clothing for my children? How do I get food? How do other ways? So I'm in with the idea that we expand your platform and make it a bigger platform than just trash pickup. All right. Thank you.
Good job.
I'll walk you in with the music on the speakers. Well, hold on, wait till the music starts. They've been practicing their Shark Tank walk.
See ya.
Good shirts, I like them. Nice shirt.
Took too long.
Playmaker by Willa Cam and Austin Williams.
Sports gear is getting too expensive.
Many low-income families are left hopeless when it comes to buying sports gear.
Well, that's where we come in.
Define. We take sports gear of any quality and make it as good as new.
We then give those sports gear to other people in the community who need it.
We did this to help people in our community.
We did this because we are men of the people. We've played sports for a very long time in our lives.
We have seen kids that have sports gear available to them not available to them for one reason or another.
This app is designed to make sure that that never happens in the community again.
Did you want to explain, Johnny?
Use your idea.
You see Johnny over there with the football helmet on and the basketball. This is every kid should be accessible to sports equipment like that, like Johnny.
Inputs. You can search for what equipment you need.
You can also press a button for what you would like to donate.
You can press whether you would like to donate or search.
It finds equipment you need.
It donates to someone that needs it more.
If you need something, it will help find the right equipment for you.
We will store your home address, so if you order anything, we know where to bring it.
We will also store your favorite sports so we can give you recommendations on what equipment you might need.
We also store your donations so we can send you rewards.
It gives you suggested items based on what the shop were based on your previous purchases.
It asks you what you want to donate.
It also shows you an aspect of if someone had before, why the equipment was special to them.
It shows you why the equipment is special.
That's right.
Oh.
some problems that we faced when we were designing our app is we needed to change our original idea of reselling sports equipment.
The revisions made our app better. It helps the community better.
If I could add anything to that, I would add reviewing donors so you know who to trust and when you're looking to get sports equipment.
I learned how to compromise and problem solve from this project.
If I were to create the app for real, I would do it the same way we presented it in the slideshow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharks.
Sharks, who wants to start with the question? Chuck?
So, is the app just the middleman for or do you take in the goods and then distribute them? How do you know whether they're slightly used or really beat up, or how do you vet that?
We would take them in and then review them, and then if there is any polishing we would need to do, we would do that to make it better for the person who is receiving the equipment.
You guys did a really good job of anticipating our questions, so I'm going to go off script a little bit. Is there anything that the app would do or that you would do to sort of verify that the person getting the donation is really in need versus just trying to, save a few bucks?
No, we did not, in fact, think of that when creating the app. But if we could add that, I guess you could do like a somewhat of a background check when doing the app, if that is necessary.
Anybody jump in? Don't need my approval. If you're ready, go for it.
Okay. What kind of data are you collecting when somebody says they have something to donate? What kinds of information are you gathering, and how are you storing that information?
They could put in like the quality, like what it is, like a baseball glove or something. And they can either like say like why this equipment is like special to them, like if they won like a very important game with it.
Very cool, I like that.
I want to hear a little bit about, you made a decision to switch. So at first it was a resale kind of available to anyone, and then you sort of made a switch to prioritize, maybe families who have a higher need. Can you tell me about like why you made that switch? Because I think there would be a market for just general resale in the community too, but tell me why you did that.
Because when we first designed the app of reselling sports equipment, we didn't really think of helping out the community, and then donating the sports equipment, it helps helping out the community more with people not having to spend several hundreds of dollars on getting sports equipment.
And are you focusing just on Reading, and were those your baby pictures in there?
What?
The second question, no, that was not us.
And yeah, it can go to more towns than just Reading.
Chuck, go ahead.
Is there a seasonal component to the app where, people are going to be looking for baseball equipment in February and hockey equipment and, probably all year round. But usually like in July, do you promote that as a seasonal thing, or would you?
We didn't think of that with creating an app, but now that you said that, yes, that would be a great idea to have like more to promote the seasonal equipment that is coming off.
Can you clarify, would you guys be the ones picking up all the donations? And have you thought about where you would store them?
We would probably like rent a storehouse or something, and we would probably hire a couple people because that's like a lot of equipment just for like 2 people.
Okay, so now you're going down my path. You've got storage, you've got staff, yet you're giving it away for free. How are you funding this?
It's a nonprofit.
So
It's
how are you funding the people and the storage?
People donating so we can then expand through other more areas.
So you're hoping for philanthropic givers?
Yes.
Yes. Please give us your money. Okay. All right, Sharks, I think we've asked the questions. Who wants to start off? Go ahead, Sarah.
Okay, I love the idea. I'm in if you could add a reminder that went to families ahead of the sports season to remind them to donate equipment, because I always think of tons of things in my basement and storage closets that I could donate, but the season is already underway and everybody has their stuff. So I'm in if you could add a reminder.
Love that.
I'm in as well. I think there's a need for this because I think this,
somewhat similar ideas are kind of scattered in some different places, you know, like Facebook or Play It Again Sports, where you have to pay for used equipment. So I like the idea of it being all in one place, and I like that you're giving it to people who really need it.
Go ahead, Chuck.
So, as a frequent consumer of a new baseball bat every year that gets used maybe 50 times and that's it, and it's generally $400 or $500, I think this is a great space to be in. I mean, I already have plenty of bats for you that were the latest and greatest of just a few years ago. So I'd be in. Go ahead.
I would be in as well, and I think you have a lot of avenues through Facebook and the Reading pages to start off with, and at the different schools to publicize it. So great job.
I'm in on the condition that we partner with all the sports leagues in town. I think they could chip in maybe 50 cents per registration or something, and we certainly pay enough for those sports leagues. So I think they could probably chip in 50 cents or so per registration and help fund this idea, but also get equipment so that more kids can play. I think it's great.
So Sean sort of addressed my answer a little bit, but I'm going to say I'm out just to be a difference and a contrarian. I love the idea, and like I said from before, and actually if you guys partner, it might be an interesting concept. I love the idea from the perspective of trying to give back to the community and help those that are underprivileged. I don't think we fleshed out the storage, staffing, cleaning, correcting, everything that's necessary behind that. Their app was a little bit easier in terms of maintenance. Your app has a lot of overhead that's behind it. But conceptually, the idea is great if you can answer the overhead. Thank you.
Great job. Just like to give a thank you to all the students. I know it's not easy to get up in front of a group and know you're on TV. The rumor is Mr. Darling did say everyone gets an A who comes up, correct? Everyone earns an A. Forget if I give you a lot of credit for stepping up. Great idea. Nice job tonight.
Yeah, great job, gentlemen, and thank you for coming. Thank you for pitching your ideas, and I think we very much all appreciate the community give back in each one of your ideas, so thank you.
Go Celtics.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we definitely need to always have a picture with our focus on excellence. Thank you, Mrs. Marchand. Oh, we can't.
Good job, guys. That's a nice look.
She left. No, we didn't. Sorry.
That was fun.
That was cute.
Good.
Yes.
RCTV for the rest of you, right?
Oh, I got
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was thinking there's competition too. That was another one of my Played Against Sports is what I was thinking too. All right, so let's move on. We'll move on to our consent agenda, and let's start with a motion.
Motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second.
Seconded by Sean. I'm just going to make an observation. Really sad to see the Coolidge School Science Olympiad donation, but happy at the same time. Happy the money's coming in, but sad for the circumstance that they're deciding to close down the 501c3 that is the parents' organization there, right? They still have a Science Olympiad team.
Yep.
And this will help in that regard, but the fact that they have to close down the 501c3 is a little bit saddening. So, well, thankful for the money, but a little bit sad about at the same time.
Are you saying it has to be closed down?
Well, the letter doesn't say why, right? I'm assuming things. If anybody knows why, then I don't know if Dr. Malczewski knows why. I'm assuming it's a staffing issue and/or other things where the parents weren't able to keep it going from a support perspective, but I don't know why. It's just there's a lot of overhead with 501c3s, and maybe they couldn't maintain the overhead. So, Anyway, that's a long-standing 501c3 as well, so it is what it is. Any other comments on the consent agenda? All right, all in favor? All opposed? And it passes 6-0. So let's move on to reports. We do not have a student with us tonight, so we'll move on to, well, she's over there.
No report.
No report for human resources until we get to you? No report. Okay. And Dr. Hardy?
Good evening, everyone. Just one really quick item, and it's more of a teaser for an upcoming meeting. I wanted to let you know that this week, our middle school literacy leadership team, which has been working for 2 years now, came together and made a recommendation to central office for a path forward for middle school literacy for next year. And we will be excited to present that to you on June 20th. And some members of our literacy leadership team will hopefully be here as well, even though it's after the last day of school. They really are excited and proud, as they should be, of the work that happened this year. So we are really thrilled to have that recommendation for you, knowing that there's a lot of work ahead of us anytime you start something new. And just really thankful for the group that participated in the work over the past 2 years.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
Teaser.
Teaser. Yeah. Dr. Stice?
I just wanted to highlight, on May 29th, we had our rebranded Unified Sports Day, and it was absolutely amazing. We want to thank Tara Hurley, who helped organize it, Fran Green, who works with Allison and I, who was behind the scenes putting everything together with facilities, and all the staff and families, and especially our 98 student athletes that participated in this amazing day. And one of my favorite parts not only was seeing all the students there, but looking into the crowd and seeing all the families and other students cheering them on, which was absolutely amazing. We also have had a representative from the Unified Sports chapter, and we're talking about expanding some of our unified sports, including at the middle school. They want to do a couple of things there too. So we're very excited, and we want to thank everybody who participated.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, Dr. Milczewski?
Two quick thank yous. Just our first thank you to all those who helped make graduation a big success in our community last Friday night. A special thank you to Kathy Kinney for all of her behind-the-scenes leadership and really standing up, which I thought was a very smooth and successful graduation night for our seniors and for their families. And also, of course, the RMHS leadership team, Jess Callahan and team. Also like to thank our HR team. You have Michelle Roach here too, but Andrew Gutches and also Kristen Cohen for all their behind-the-scenes work and putting together what we thought was a really nice celebration tonight for our staff members who earn PTS, staff members who hit 10, 20, 30-year milestones, retirements, and recipients of the Distinguished Teacher and Distinguished Staff Member Awards. It was a very well-attended night of celebration for some of our amazing staff members. So thank you to our HR team for their work behind the scenes and making that possible. And also thank you and congratulations to all of our recipients that are very well deserved.
Great, thank you. So we'll continue with liaison reports, and we'll start, just go down the table, since everybody seems to cut me off on that side. So Sarah?
No report.
Aaron?
No report.
All right, I get to report for a change.
I'm not. I was going to give you the financial form, just saying.
Yeah. There was a financial forum last Tuesday. It went well, generally. There's a lot to talk about, but it's all been in the news. I don't need to say anything. I think we all know what's going on with Killam School Building Committee, and that's the most important thing from our perspective. But from a community, there's a lot that's going on that's very important to understand. That was one thing. Second thing is Sean and I participated in the RMLD audit. It was part of the audit committee yesterday. That came back. Report was crystal clear, clean, no issues whatsoever. We voted to approve it, and we did. The third thing is, I mentioned it briefly before, the Children's Cabinet. We had our last meeting of the year last night. I want to thank Barbara Best and Teresa Wiggins for all their work that they did to coordinate that throughout the year. There were two tracks of work we were doing. One was resources, which I mentioned as we were talking with the students and really trying to collate and gather resources to help families and students. And the other one was relationships. Relational aggression from specifically in the middle school space. And there was some parent forums and whatnot to gather feedback and whatnot that they've done there. So There's still work to be done in both places. We're nowhere near done, but we are going to do a little bit of a retro over the summer and say what else can we do to make it bigger, better, et cetera, as we go forward. We've got so many different community members that are participating in some way, shape, or form, and many others that can add more as we go through it. I'm going to make a pitch now to Sean's point about the youth sports. That's one area we highlighted that we need a little bit more engagement with. So we'll be hitting up some of the youth sports leadership around town as well. Now, Sean.
No report.
Carla.
There was a permanent building committee meeting on Monday. The big topic was the senior/community center. With Killam, our next school building committee meeting will be on the 17th. We currently have 9 different options that by the end of August will be narrowed down to 1. So we'll have 2 community meetings during the summer for people to participate in.
Okay, Chuck?
No report tonight.
No report. Okay. I'm going to take a small left turn since we have guests here, and so they can present sooner than later. So I'm going to move that we take item E2 out of order.
Second.
Seconded by Sean. Any discussion? All in favor? All right, all opposed? Good, we're passing. So that means that CPAC is up next. Somebody has the computer. Who has the computer?
Does Rob have it?
Rob, you have the computer?
ECG.
If not, I can do it from my computer.
How are you?
He's bringing it up right now. Eunice, just put those 2 mics together, because one's for the speakers and one's for RCTV.
Oh, let's do.
TV.
Do you need me to use mine, Rob? Will it be easier?
Oh, I just got like 2.5
We can give it to them if it's available, and they can just take it. That makes it easier.
I'll just share the screen.
Yep. Yep. You have the link? It's not a doc, it's a link. I'll take it.
I can forward it to, or text.
I've got it, Eunice. I'll take
Tom.
it. I'll take it. Let's
You got
just, I'll take it. You stop the share. I'll take the share. All right, there we go. There we go. All right. Ladies, thank you for coming. On to you.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dilly Wilson, one of the CPAC board members, and with me here is Eunice Kenyon and Jaslyn Lee, and our 4th board member, Zia Leonard, couldn't be with us today. But we are here to give you an update on what we've been up to this year.
Great, thank you.
I think we just wanted to remind everyone of just CPAC's mission. So our mission is to work for the understanding and respect of all, support of all children and those with special needs in the community. And we do that by promoting a network of parents and children. That's better, otherwise I can't see. And advise the Director of Student Services, provide community communication, and also provide information on workshops and training opportunities. The agenda for today, we're going to give you a quick review of the year, and then we're just going to walk through how we have actually addressed 4 of our mission statement areas, and then we'll wrap up with what we're planning for next year, and then over to all of you for any Q&A. So we currently have 4 board members that we've had consistently this year. We had 6, we started the year with 6, 2 unfortunately had to step down. By bylaws, we're allowed to have up to 6, so we're open to anybody who would love to join the board, so spread the word. We've had the great momentum this year as well, continuing our external relationships. We had a meet and greet with the team chairs and administrators, and parents really loved that event, so we're going to do that again. We've also continued to have that great partnership with Student Services, Allison and Jen. And we've also strengthened our internal culture by having parent workshops, more active involvement with by our general council members, and also we instituted an informal monthly parent lunch meetup just so that we can get to know each other more. Kids are welcome as well, so really kind of working to strengthen that internal culture. And we're actively looking for underreach groups on how we can make sure we identify any blind spots and then act accordingly. And now I'm going to turn it over to Eunice to talk about some social media numbers.
Okay, the good thing, as you can tell from the numbers, is that it's continued to grow. So it means that we are reaching more people, which is a good sign, although there's more work to be done. And then I just gave, from the survey, you can see with the general satisfaction, according to the parents, how they feel about CPAC. And then I did 2 Facebook posts just to show how our social media reach is going. The first one is the IEP, the new IEP meeting that Student Services presented for us. And the second one was Sarah Ward, and that one went wild. And then also this year, last year, we launched a new website for Reading CPAC. So this year, we're happy to finally be able to show our annual numbers of how many people is actually visiting the website through Google Analytics. So as you can see there, we've had over, it's a little small, but I think 16,000, 6,000, oh my head, 6,000 clicks, visits to the website, which we're really happy with for the first year of the website. And we've also had great feedback. We've even had other CPACs reach out to us asking us, who did this? And who did you hire? And they said, nope, we did it. A lot of work came from my husband, Sean Kenyon. Tom Malacheski helped us. He okayed it for us to put it on the school subdomain, which means there's no cost to CPAC, there's no fees, domain fees or anything else. And Julian Carr has also a very important role in this, in helping us to get it all, set up and so forth on the subdomain. So we feel very proud about that accomplishment that we had, and the numbers is, looks good for the first year, and we hope it continues to expand more.
Similar to prior years, we did an annual survey, and so from our parents, and so these are some of the positive comments that we heard from our members. I'm not going to read all of this, I know it's in your packets, but just a couple of points. Parents have said that CPAC is a very informative organization. They love the virtual presentation, something that happened due to COVID, but it's actually it's here to stay, and it's made parents, makes it easier for folks to attend, myself included, honestly. They've loved the extended school year meeting and really enjoy the work that we've been doing with Student Services, and they feel this CPAC has really grown a lot in the last few years. The other question we asked is, do you think parents who need CPAC know what it is and how to access its resources? The short answer is no. So we have some work to do. One person said yes, so we're very excited for that one person. But generally, as you'll see in the note in the comments, the general comment from parents is know that those who need it may not be aware. And so I think it pointed out that we have more work to do. And the suggestion was to really work at the earlier, when kids are first entering, so really working with the RISE program folks to try and help them, help parents know about CPAC, our existence, and how we can help. Another question that we asked is what kind of programming would they like to see for next school year? And we received lots of suggestions, and we're going to try to act on some. Some of the suggestions were managing aggressive behavior, transitioning from preschool to kindergarten. This one was very popular, ADHD and related executive functioning challenges, so we're going to do some work around that. Inclusion, what it is, how do we improve it, and how do we connect kids on IEPs, 504s with other kids, or those who are not, so that they really feel part of the community. So those were some of the things that parents would like CPAC to try and work on. And now, I'm going to send it back to Eunice.
Okay, are we? Thank you. This is much better. Okay, so we've done a lot of work trying to connect with parents. One of the things we are doing is we're recording all events that we allowed to record, because sometimes the presenter might ask that they prefer it not to be recorded. And we posted to the Reading CPAC website, and the past presentations tab had over 900 views in the last year. So that's a good sign that people are coming, those that couldn't make it to the evening of the presentations are actually getting to see it. And Jaslyn is our master note taker. And we've been including meeting notes. We do not record Q&As to protect parents' identities, but when allowed, with permission, we would write up the Q&A sections and post that too, so that everybody can get the same, someone else might have had the same question. We also have an option on our website where parents can share resources they found, so that we can help other parents who's looking for resources too. So and then we also have a form on the Reading CPAC website where parents can reach out anonymously. We've been very grateful that all the schools and the district has also been posting the updates, our updates in the newsletters and the district updates. We've been active on social media where we share additional opportunities that goes, as there's a lot of interest in a variety of topics. We try to share what our neighbors are doing and other opportunities for people that they can help or connect with, and we also invite our neighbors to come join us. And then we had CPAC's Giving, and I have to give a big shout out to Maria Morgan for that. She did a fantastic job. She had a large group of people, and she had separate events based on different disabilities and talked directly to the parents and, finding what the needs are and to communicate with the parents. Team chair meet and greet. We had unified athletics and sports discussion. Big thank you to Tara Harley for reaching out to us on that and being involved. The annual survey, and then we also had a large amount of social opportunities for families to try to connect families. On the next slide, you will see kind of like a quick layout of the various social connections we did this year. Thank you. Who's next? I'm going to hand it over to Jocelyn Lee. Thanks.
So part of CPAC, we've been collaborating with the Reading Public Schools, the Student Services, and we we appreciate the collaboration. We know we are very fortunate in Reading that the collaboration that we get and the support that we get from our schools, and we really appreciate that. We know that it's different in other communities, and we gain a lot from this collaboration with the schools and student services. And so part of that is that we also, as CPAC, we advise student services and anyone in the Reading Public Schools of anything that's happening within our communities. So within the CPAC, if there's any parent concerns or any recommendations, any requests, we pass that along, and then we collaborate to create. We have monthly meetings with student services, and we have this open line of communication, and together we work on creating opportunities for meetings and speakers that address specific needs of our communities. And so we are very grateful for the resources that are made available to CPAC and our community. And so part of the communication that we have with the schools and with our parents' families is that we have a multi-pronged approach. We have the website that Eunice had mentioned before. We have flyers that we distribute. We have them placed in the Reading Public Library. We do regional collaboration, and we have lots of parent outreach. So a lot of meetings, meetups, and just virtual and in person. Is this one me or you?
I think that's me. Thanks. Okay. And this year, we had quite a lot of events. We were quite busy, and I'm also super thankful again to Student Services, who was behind a lot of these events that we brought. On the next slide, you'll kind of see an overview of the presentations that we had this year. The popular ones was Sarah Ward, Lynn Lyons, Phyllis Fagel. The new IEP presentation that was done by the school was very popular, Extended School Year, and also the presentation by Derek Pinto on the school budget was all very good, well received by the parents and appreciated. And so, thank you for that.
Actually, and Jocelyn's going to tell you what we're planning for next year.
Oops.
Musical
chairs today.
So we're really looking forward to the new academic year. A lot of the things that have been successful for CPAC for this academic year, we're hoping to continue and also supplement that with additional presentations. Of course, we're going to bring the popular speakers back. We're hoping, and thank you very much for supporting that. So like Lynn Lyons and Sarah Ward, and we're going to add additional presentations so that we can cover the breadth of our community, so not only the young children, but also our older children as well, and supporting those that are transitioning into adulthood. So trying to get types of presentations to cover everybody. And so we're also going to be doing the screening of The Right to Read, so a movie event. So I think we have a placeholder in October for that one. So we're looking really forward to that. And then we're also going to be In addition to the educational workshops and presentations, we're going to try to do some fundraising so we can bring even more resources to the community, and then expand on our website, maintain what we have, and repeat the very popular team chair meet and greet. So that was very well received, and we're going to repeat that. And then we're just going to try to expand on our partnerships, do more social events so that we can really build a culture of sharing and support and community. So not only with the parents and the families, but also with the schools, and tying everybody from the schools to the families to CPAC, and CPAC to the schools, and just have a collaborative community amongst everybody. And so we're hoping to do more and provide more resources to everyone, the schools and families. Thank you.
And that's our presentation. So over to all of you if you have any questions for us.
Okay, looking at the committee, anybody? Sarah?
Let's make a comment. It's just really exciting to see that our CPAC has been flourishing so much over the past several years. We had a moment, I can speak from personal experience, where we were really stagnating and struggling. We were on the struggle bus of just keeping it going. So it is really exciting to see how much you guys are doing. So kudos to that. Thank you.
And Sarah, thank you for your advice that you gave me. That was super appreciated for helping us out.
Absolutely, anytime.
Sean?
Yeah, so first of all, totally agree with Sarah's observation. I would also say, you mentioned the awareness challenge, right, was one of the things that the survey revealed. I think we've probably had that same discussion in the last year or two at least, right? Is there, I guess the question I would ask, is there anything that this committee can be doing to help you there? I think, I know Dr. Stites, like you have the CPAC link in your email signature, for instance. I thought I had, and you may already be doing something like this, but have you considered like a CPAC champion role, like a parent in each school that sort of pushes a common set of messages that, the board says, hey, open houses are coming, or back to school night's coming, and sort of uses an individual in each school to kind of push it, to push it in each building?
So part of the situation that we've found so far is we have so much support from leadership, from the school committee, student services, superintendent, and principals and so forth. I think the sticking point is teachers communicating to parents about CPAC when needed. A lot of parents, because that's the first point of contact once they, realize, maybe they already realize it, but the first time they kind of for some parents, it's the first time they realize that the child is struggling or so forth. So it would be great if we can get the teachers and the early intervention staff to be as supportive as you guys have been. I think it's a communication break, I think, on that level. Although the team chairs has been amazing too. I mean, they've had a link to us in their email communications to parents, so that's been great. We're in the district handbook. But yeah, there's definitely more work to do. And we do currently have point people in each school. We call them point people. It's kind of Maria's term that she coined. And basically what they do for us in each school is make sure that our communication actually goes through to the schools. So I like the idea of maybe having them do even more. But yeah, right now, because there was a point where we realized that even though we were sending up newsletter updates, there were certain schools that weren't publishing them at all for like a full year or two. And so now we have people in the schools who check each newsletter for us and let us know what's our updates in the newsletter, is our updates actually being received and shared by the schools.
That was an old problem. Just to clarify, that was an old problem. You haven't had that problem this last year, have you?
Since we had point people, that's not happening at all anymore. The principals has been wonderful in their support for CPAC.
Okay. Just real quick on the teacher comment. I think Dr. Stites and I have talked about it a little bit. there's a culture issue we're still working through in that. And it's the perception we've talked about is that teachers don't feel like it's a safe place to recommend special education to families yet. And so that's kind of the challenge, right? It's, if I can't even talk to a family about special education, then I can't recommend CPAC. So we're working to break that barrier. And breaking that barrier would be part of this process that you're talking about, is to make sure that they know that it's okay, right? It's not a bad thing. And keep me honest from the conversations, but that's,
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly it, and we've actually started with all of the building leaders. CPAC has been to our leadership team meeting and talked about CPAC and really built the understanding of the buildings, and we're continuing to work on it. One of my, actually, it happens several times a year, my favorite moments when team chairs at the end of the meeting say, and we'd like to talk to you about CPAC, it's just a resource, and then inevitably they're like, I'm on the board, and they call me up like, hey, did you know so-and-so knows about the CPAC? Yeah, we talk to him every month. So it is very genuine that they are really trying to make sure we're building that connection and make it a safe, collaborative space.
I think the other thing, sorry.
no, go ahead, you can finish this conversation. We'll go to-
Yeah, the other thing is, and I think you've all done a really nice job of it. There's been a shift in positioning of CPAC for, supporting students on IEPs. All the content you went through, a lot of that is applicable to every student or lots of students, whether they're on an IEP or not. And I think that gets at the culture thing as well, that, mentioning that CPAC has resources or may have a way to support a family has nothing to do with saying your son or daughter needs an IEP or, may have some particular disability or what have you. So, I don't know, I could go on a tangent here, but just appreciate the work that you're doing. If there's anything that we can be doing to help, I appreciate the comments that we're supportive, but if there's anything we can do tangibly to help as well, I know we're all happy to do that, so.
Can I ask one quick question?
Chuck first, and then we'll come to you.
So I appreciated your roadmap for next things you want to do next year, and really was interested in the one about ADHD and who's going to vet, I assume you're going to bring somebody in like a Lynn Lyons to talk about, because I look at that as something that there's a lot of people falling through the cracks with that one, and I really like that that's something you're going to pay attention to. And who's going to vet? Who would that be? Central office or?
Yeah, so we collaborate with the central office and student services to see which speakers are available and which ones make sense for the community. So, there's a lot of experts in the field, and we also take a look at who has been well received in the past. And so we definitely know who are the crowd favorites for speakers. And so those we definitely try to bring them back as much as we can. But we also take a look at new resources as well to help supplement that message. And because everyone has a different resource that they can point out, or tips that they can point out, and they may have a specific focus. So some may be focused on the younger children, where others might be on the older, children, and it varies, of how you approach those, so.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that we want to be in alignment with what the school system's already doing. So we don't want to bring in a speaker that would say something completely opposite to what the school system's doing, which would be difficult and problematic. So we definitely want to work with Allison and Jen on that.
Very good point, because last year after Sarah, Sarah Ward was presented, the school student services also involved teachers and so forth in it. And in an IEP meeting, I was very excited to hear the Sarah Ward's words being repeated back to me and say, oh, this is maybe something we should do. And I was like, oh, that's great, because it shows too that it's not just the parents that's learning from it, but that student services are also involving the school staff.
I think to Sean's point, I think this really fits, ADHD really fits in that category where it's a lot more than, there's a lot of
That's the point.
people that have that not just kids either, you know, so.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So maybe we can make sure to adjust our messaging so that it's clear.
That it gets out to everybody,
Yeah,
too.
that it's for everyone.
Okay, Aaron?
I guess on the last question before, I just wanted to make a point as far as teacher communication about CPAC. As a family, you're fighting fires all the time. And so you have to have a multi-pronged communication. So something, from CPAC, from student services, but teachers. But when you're getting all these emails and you're just trying to figure out what's important to me to open, and it's like, I need to prioritize, as far as my time. But if you have a teacher, someone that you trust as an expert, that you feel that is there for your child, it weighs more for them that, hey, you should connect with CPAC. This might be a good resource for you. Then me seeing something, oh, CPAC sent an email. So, when I first entered the RISE system, I saw the emails from CPAC, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what CPAC is. I'll just, I'll get to it later. But when a teacher pointed it out to me that this might be a very good resource for you, then I'm like, oh, maybe I should find out what CPAC stands for and what they do. And so having a different approach and exposure will help with the families, but having the person that is there with your child telling you that this resource is helpful, it would be very beneficial and mean more to the families that if a teacher tells them CPAC would be a good resource for you, and they would open that email, or they would actually take the effort to find out more.
Well, Aaron, is it the same topic, Jen?
Yes, I just wanted to actually kind of close out what Sean was asking and what you all were saying. During our children's cabinet listening sessions, part of what we heard from families during that was we heard about all these great workshops after, but because they came through an email from CPAC, we didn't think it was necessarily important for us. So that's one of the things we're going to think about next year is how do we reach a broader audience, especially for Sarah Ward and Lynn Lyons and people that it could really apply to anybody. We want to make sure that CPAC is an important part of this, but it's really for everybody, and we need to work on our messaging better.
Yes. Thank you.
Aaron?
As an elementary parent, I can say that stuff is advertised, but like you were saying, people are selective in what they read. So, people all the time will be like, I didn't know about this. And I'm like, it was in the newsletter. But, people only have so much bandwidth, right? So it is a conundrum because I feel like we're going through the right channels, you're going through the right channels, the district is going through the right channels, but it's also a reality that parents only have so much bandwidth. But my question is, you mentioned team chairs promoting, but is CPAC also being promoted in 504 meetings? Like because that would seem like a time when it would be like, here's this great resource, here's this wonderful flyer with all the information in one place. Like, is that a consistent practice?
That is not yet a consistent practice, but something we are working towards. And actually, one of our initiatives and work we want to do this summer is create a series of videos for both 504s and IEPs so that when parents, hey, you just got a consent, this is what it means. Hey, you just got this is what it means. And at the end, we'll be able to say, and here's some resources, including CPAC. So we know that has to be another layer raised.
Building on
Just
that?
tagging what Aaron was saying, and I think as part of that, Jen, making sure like the branding, so to speak, because I think if you don't identify as a special ed family, that's, you're gonna be like, here's this resource, and you're like, why are you giving that to me?
Correct.
So this is a resource for everybody on all the things.
Yeah,
not
that's
just
a
for-
great point. Thank you.
All right. Maria? Come on up here, yeah. Yeah, come to them.
What do I do, go up here?
Yeah, just
Sit down.
Maria Morgan, somewhere near Barrows.
Hello, I'm Maria Morgan. I have a question for the board, and then I had a couple things I wanted to say. So you mentioned 955 views of the video, and of the videos, and I was curious, was a bulk from certain presenters? Like, did you get into looking at which videos were accessed
Thank you.
Yes.
So Google Analytics, I didn't scratch around too deep, but from what I've seen, it didn't break it down that way for me. Just showed which websites which pages were selected, not which videos were actually watched.
And I have things I want to say now. Well, because I was wondering, because I know, I know Sarah Ward, I don't know if the Sarah Ward one was on our website or not, but, I know a lot of people wanted to see the Sarah Ward video, but the other ones have been, even just the smaller in-house ones have been like so useful, so helpful. And I know it's really hard for parents to come together at a given time. So it's just a really great source of information out there for families. So I was curious if those were being accessed, because they should be. Okay, so if you know me, you know I'm very passionate about CPAC, and I just want to express how grateful I am for this board. They're awesome. It is so much work. Sarah, you know how much work it is. I know how much work it is. It's just a lot, but it's so important, and you guys have just done an amazing job this year, and I'm just so grateful that we still have people doing CPAC. And it's growing, and that's awesome. And I also want to add, shout out to the student services team, amazing. It really does not exist in other districts at all, that you have both, you have amazing active CPAC leadership in the board, growing active general council member, which is what I am now, right? But everybody out there, general council members, awesome student services administrators, and then the partnership between the two. This is, the unicorn. And I have all these notes written down, whatever we're doing, it's not enough. This should be a huge source of pride, and I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. We should be shouting from the rooftops about this. Every single person connected to Reading Public Schools should be talking about CPAC or talking about everything, the relationship with student services, everything. We should be so proud of this, and I'm not seeing it. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'm reading my notes here. So Sean, when you said, is there a parent at each school who's the CPAC champion? I'm tired. I'm too tired to be the CPAC champion. I'm at 3 schools. And I am. I am the CPAC champion at least 2 of them, and next year I will be at the other one. I'm tired. And I wrote down, how about the admin be the champion? And I don't mean that to say that they're not partnering with us and that they're not supporting us and putting, that was level 1, right? Getting all of our information consistently in the newsletters, having the administrators understand what CPAC is. It's all fantastic. It's amazing. It's great. I spoke to the administrators in the summer. Heads were nodding. And I talked last year at this presentation, and I said, at some point you become, there are parents out there that it doesn't go well. You think that it's going to be okay, and then you realize it doesn't go well, and then you're spending money on advocates and outside neuropsychs, and then you're mad, and now that partnership was broken. I was speaking in a hypothetical sense last year. I'm speaking from personal experience this year. People who nodded in that meeting, some of the things I saw this year, it blew my mind, and I'm upset. I'm upset as a parent, and I'm upset as a former CPAC board member, and I'm upset as someone who knows the amazing work that Student Services is doing. It's off the charts. I, of all people, shouldn't have ever had that feeling this year, and I had it. If I had it, then goodness, what about people who aren't as, informed as I am? I don't think it's okay. So yeah, I want it shouted from the rooftops. I want a sense of pride. I remember there was a meeting where Dr. Milashevsky, you mentioned we had many more multilingual learners coming in, and this was a year ago, and it could be ooh, this could be, now we have to, stretch our resources. But you touted it as this wonderful thing, and it was perfect. It's a celebration. Diversity in our district. It's a celebration. Disability should be a celebration from everybody, and not just from the tired moms on the CPAC board. And, you know, I was dropping my husband off at the train today, and there's an ad right by the train, and it said about MBTA like being more accessible. It said disability, 1 in 4. I was like, take a picture of that, take a picture of that. A lot of people have disabilities. It doesn't mean everybody needs special education. You know, what is it? You need to require specialized instruction, right? Okay, well, there are a lot of kids, and there are a lot of people at this table probably, who have a disability. And CPAC is there for them. Whether they need specialized instruction or not, well, the team will figure that out. But we're all out there, and it shouldn't be seen as this like secret thing that, you know, people will like secretly come up to me like on the playground and be like, oh, I know you always talk about CPAC, but now I want to talk about an IEP with you. It shouldn't be that. It should be a celebration. And who's going to do that? Well, I think that the CPAC board has done plenty. I think Student Services has done plenty. So, I mean, I don't know what it looks like, but I think it looks a lot like what Jocelyn mentioned. You know, teachers talking about it. I'm a teacher. I talk about it. I talk about it to my parents like, oh my gosh, you know, if a kid of mine goes onto an IEP, you know, check out with CPAC. Even before they do, go to the CPAC website. This is in a different district. Because parents need to know, and then they're going to feel better. But I mean, I'm telling you, what we have here is amazing, and it's just, I'm not seeing it celebrated as much as it needs to.
Maria,
Yes.
you know I love you.
Yes.
But
gotta move on.
I very much hear
Okay.
all of what you're saying, but we do have to move on.
Okay.
I think that this.
Because I said it last year,
Right,
and I'm saying,
well-
in the search committee,
Yeah.
like, are we actively looking for special education interests on every single administrator search committee?
That can certainly come up in the Parker-related conversation.
Thank you. Okay.
And we did it at Killen, right? So we can do it again. All your points are spot on. And I think the problem we always have, and some of it is culture, right? We're reversing, you all are involved in reversing the culture that was, right? 6 or 8 years ago. We've made a ton of strides in that 6 and 8 years. A lot of it's because of the people sitting over on the right-hand side of the table. A lot of it's because of the people sitting on the left-hand side of the table. And some of us in the middle, we're part of that change as well. We're not there yet, though, right? And that's what you're trying to say.
Yes.
But if we compare ourselves
Yes.
to anybody else around,
Yes.
we're head and shoulders above. But as we always say, that's not the final stats,
Yes.
right? We continue to strive for excellence in everything we do across the district, and that includes CPAC and the awareness and understanding and involvement and engagement of it.
Yes.
So,
Thank you for,
got it.
you know, I get passionate about
Yes.
this, so I appreciate that you
Okay.
did that. Okay, thank you.
All right, so we will, thank you, ladies.
Thank
so
you,
much.
everybody. We appreciate
Appreciate
it.
your time, and we appreciate your focus and energy. Okay?
Thank you. And we appreciate all the
And
support.
I'll just say this one last thing. The work was the right to read. We've had a few conversations about that. So we are looking at October as the timeframe for that. We have reached out to the library to see if they'll partner. We've reached out to Friends of Reading Metco to see if they'll partner. Both positively leaned that way, but they have to have their appropriate board conversations before they've signed up. So
I actually spoke to Friends of Metco today, and
so
they
did
was
I last night.
Yeah, and they, you know, they definitely sound interested, but still have some questions that they want to answer. So we'll be working on that and
together
answering their questions for them. And
We have quite a slate of people we're talking about that might be on a panel after the fact as well. So, and we've talked about whether this is a series of 2 or 3, not just one showing, but a series of 2 or 3 on the greater topic of reading and demonstrating all the stuff that Reading is doing in the reading space. So,
And would that be something that's, again, sort of to go with what we were talking about more for everybody,
Yep,
right? Not just
everybody.
CPAC families.
Exactly. Yep. So we need to get a pack reservation for sometime in October before I forget. So,
thank you,
Thank
Tom,
you.
for your leadership in that too. Thank you.
Thank you.
okay, so let's move ourselves back. And we're going back to item E1, which is the Athletic Facility Naming Committee formation. And before we go too far, there is a typo in the memo. We can't end anything on October 22nd that hasn't started yet. So it will be, October 2022, it will be October 2024. So that's the typo in the memo. So when we actually do a motion for the committee, if we do a motion for the committee, it would be as amended to 2024. So with that said, we have a couple different options here. We can, we have, as the committee knows, we have 2 requests on the table, right? We can accept both requests. We can accept one request. We can accept neither request. Based upon the acceptance, we can form one committee, 2 committees. If we accept anything, we can't form 0 committees, so at least we have to form one committee if we accept any of them. My recommendation is if we do accept 2 requests, that we make one committee, and then we think about the constituents of that committee a little bit to make sure that it properly represents as much as possible of as necessary. We have the ability, per our policy, to add to the committee if we feel like it, but we have to have a certain number of people involved. So that's the kind of high-level overview of the options. Any questions on that before we move forward? Okay, so let's work our way down the list then. The first thing we heard about was Phil Vaccaro. The committee heard the presentation. The committee has not seen, and that's part of the problem, but there were 60-some-odd letters that Dr. Milichewski and I received, all with very detailed and personal stories. Olivia sent emails to everybody to get their approval to put it in any packet that comes forward from an advisory committee and/or a future school committee packet. And she's in the process of collating those responses. But we don't have all them in yet. We didn't feel like just filtering ones and twosies. We want to just give it all when the time comes. So you've heard the other stuff. So I'll just open the floor. Any questions, comments, concerns with accepting the recommendation that we then go and have the study done appropriately to see how he would apply in the advisory committee space? Or anybody has any, Chuck?
So, I think that, by virtue of those letters, as you said, and also the well-represented presentation that night, I think that they've held up their end of the bargain, and we need to follow through the process and have a committee consider doing something for Phil Vaccaro.
Okay, any other feedback? Okay, then we'll start with just one motion here. Do you want to do it, or you want me to do it?
Why don't you do it, because
Okay.
I'm a little unclear on the exact language.
It'll be there's no special language here, really here. I'm just going to say, I'm going to move to accept the nomination of naming the gymnasium after Phil Vaccaro. The nomination only.
Yeah. The center court of the gymnasium.
No, it's the gymnasium. Not the field house. The gymnasium. We can clarify it.
Okay, yep.
With the potential to clarify if necessary.
That's, yeah, okay.
I think the court was something that was going to be potentially something else, which is why I said gymnasium, and that all the request was gymnasium as well.
Okay.
But we can follow that up.
Perfect.
And the advisory committee can come back and tell us what they think should be
Perfect.
named as well.
Perfect.
Right? A portion of the athletics facility for Phil Vaccaro. Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Carla. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? And opposed? And it passes 6-0. Okay, so moving on to the next one, which is Charlie Hardy and Turf 2. That one's easier from a location perspective. So Charlie, we had the representation here for that one as well, including the existing lacrosse players, and I got a few texts afterwards apologizing to the lacrosse players coming right off the lacrosse field. I didn't smell them over here, but the parents were like, I can't believe you didn't smell them, but that's okay. So there was that, and then the letter that they sent has over 600 signatures at this point in time as well. And Chuck, to your point, they represented themselves in the room as well. Is there anybody who has any other commentary on Charlie's request? Okay, so then I also move to approve the nomination of naming Turf 2 after Charlie Hardy.
Second.
Accept the nomination.
Accept the nomination. Accept the nomination. Thank you. Claire, as corrected by Sean and seconded by Carla. Nope. Okay. Any further conversation? All in favor? And that passes 6-0. Okay, so now it's the committee itself.
Tom, can I just have
Go ahead.
clarification? So we're voting tonight to move it to committee.
Yes.
It could come back from committee theoretically to not do something.
Correct.
So, all right. So we're not voting tonight to name, we're just saying.
Correct. Right.
It also could come back from the subcommittee with a recommendation to do something, and then we don't
Right.
move forward, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
Yep.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Yep. Exactly. So the memo in the packet, so I'll say that I just edited the one from 2 years ago, and that's where some of this issue happened from 2022. So we have to have one of ourselves, the principal of the high school, as mentioned in the past, because she's not a resident, she cannot be a member, but she can be a consultant. A select board member, at least one local business leader, at least one student representative, and a historical commission member. That's what we have to have per policy and in alignment with the home rule charter as well. What I would like to have a quick conversation of is if we feel like, because we're doing 2 nominations in this committee, it would be appropriate to have additional representation, maybe a second business leader, maybe a second student, maybe a second administrator, or something else like that. So I want to just get feedback from anybody to see how we want to form the committee officially. Chuck?
So I did, as you know, the Hal Croft one, and the timeline is basically the summer, right? So I found that we didn't have all representation, from even the staff and the students, so maybe not necessarily expand the scope of who's there, but have like alternates or something, so there's more than one, like if Jess Callanan can't be there, that she sends someone in her place. Same with the student, because it's the summer, and you've got to get these meetings done over the summer if it's ever going to get on the agenda in the fall, which I think everybody's expecting.
So I believe, and I have to double check it, I believe we have the ability to have an associate member.
Okay.
You can't have an alternate, but you can have an associate, which allows them to step in and fill the space for somebody that they would be covering for. So we could potentially go down that path. And that doesn't change quorum, which might be one of your concerns as well, that we would still have to have, in this case, we only have to have 3 members of the 5-member committee, actually, that are the voting members show up. The other option we can do is say October's not the right end date, maybe November's the right end date, and we can maybe start it in August, and then do the substantive work in September and early October with a November end date or something else like that, which might be more appropriate, maybe, and we can make those edits as we go through too. Carla?
Can associate members vote in place of full members?
If
they're
they're
replacing?
elevated.
If they're elevated at the meeting.
At that meeting?
Yep.
Thank you.
Aaron?
So, rather than another business leader, I would vote for a community member as a broader
Just a broader community
category.
member?
I would vote for a second student, and I would be in favor of a November. I feel like November is just more realistic, given summer schedules.
Are you proposing those as associate members or as full members, which would change quorum and require 4 members
More
to be in
of that.
attendance?
They could be associate, and you could have one, I would defer to Jess, but maybe there's a student who's like, I'm really committed to this, and then a second student who's like, I'd like to be a part of it, but it might be harder to make some of the meetings or something, could be an associate, but I feel like local business leader is very specific versus just like letting it be a community member.
And then they'd have to live in town.
Right, has to be a local business leader who lives here, yeah, who is interested in being a part of this.
So the way just so we know what happened last time, we have people that have businesses that live in town that don't necessarily have to have the business in town.
Oh.
Right? It's just a local person in town. That's the way I interpreted it. That's the way I ran it last time.
Okay.
So it's not that limited in terms of who can actually do it.
But they have to own their own business?
It doesn't even necessarily say own necessarily. If you look at the technicality of it, it's just a local business leader. Yeah.
Local person with job.
Presently employed.
In a leadership position. Yes. Sarah, were you going to say something or no? Is there any other feedback or thoughts on the membership or the constituency of the board?
I think Aaron's suggestion makes sense. I mean, we can, create the capacity for associate members, and if there's sufficient interest, then it makes it a little bit easier to get the meeting scheduled. That's great.
Okay. So then the 2 that she would recommend would be both associates. And theoretically, the community member could be elevated for the local business leader, and the student could be elevated for the student.
Right.
one for one.
Right.
The other three, nobody can be elevated for the school committee member, the select board member, the historical commission member.
It's appropriate.
Okay? So then that that would be the adjusted constituent base. I don't see any reason, I don't see any disagreement with that right now, so I'm not going to make a specific motion, but I'll say that's part of the overall motion of what the charge and duration would be. Aaron also suggested changing the length of service to November 2024. Any objection to that? Nope. Nope, okay. So then,
Sorry,
go ahead, Sean.
that's essentially just a sunset date, right? Like it could conclude sooner if.
Right.
Yeah.
If the work is done sooner,
Yep.
we would hear it sooner. If the work is done, the only caveat I have, and I have to look at the calendar real quick, is November, because of town meeting, could cause a bit of a meeting challenge.
Like, when do we meet?
Right, when do we meet in November? And that's the one thing, but theoretically, the committee could close, and whoever the school committee member on that could bring that committee's recommendation back still.
We should have
So-
a meeting in early November,
Yeah,
because
'cause
usually
town meeting's
town meeting
not until
starts like before
We do.
Thanksgiving, right?
And I mean, we could
sometimes
also,
goes after.
yeah, so right now I just said through November, so, we definitely would probably have a meeting around November 7th, give or take.
Yeah.
But if we allow it to go, if they then need meetings past November 7th, that's where my concern
Because
was.
Thanksgiving is late.
Right. Thanksgiving is late, yeah, it's going to be the 28th, so.
Town meeting might be done before.
Town meeting will be like the 25th or the 21st that it ends, depending upon how things work.
It could be long.
And it could be a long town meeting, yes, that's true. And Sarah's missing, she was on town meeting. Okay, so November with the constituents update that we said, and I would update all the documentation to say November instead of October 2022 and be 2024. Any other feedback on the charge? Okay, so move to approve the creation and charge of the Athletic Facility Advisory Committee as amended.
Second.
Seconded by Aaron. Any further discussion? All in favor? And it passes 6-0. So we can, and we, if anybody is passionate about it, we can appoint our member tonight, if we want to, or we can wait until we have the rest of the constituents and we can appoint the member at that point in time. Does anybody want to be the member of the school committee on this board?
I won't arm wrestle anyone for it, but SWEC is winding down and so is charter review, so I have the bandwidth. But again, if someone else wants it.
Okay, looking around.
I feel the opposite about my bandwidth right now.
Okay, so
I'm
there's no
happy to
bandwidth
have
there.
Chuck take that on.
All right, Sarah and Sean.
I'm good.
All right, so Chuck, you're hereby assigned. There you go.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thanks, Chuck. Okay, so that concludes that portion of the agenda. Thank you, everybody, for the help as we worked it through. So we'll move on to item E3, which is the Parker principal search process discussion. Dr.
Great.
Milichewski.
So some more information in your packet, but as Rubino shared earlier this week, she'll be transitioning on from her role as the principal at Parker. She will now be moving on to be the principal of the Audison Middle School in Arlington. There's a 1,000-student middle school where she began her career in school leadership as an assistant principal. I wish her the best in her next steps. I just thank her for all of her hard work, dedication to the community over the last couple of years. Many of her staff will just recognize her deep care for the community, the care for the students in the community, her constant smile and positive attitude, no matter what was going on around her, and constantly with positivity, optimism, constantly putting student interest at the forefront of all decisions. Just really appreciate her leadership in the community over the last several years and wish her the best. Our process is outlined in the packet. We're optimistic that the process will end with a really strong, excellent leader as principal at Parker. You'll see the process, which we've been through a couple of times, looks pretty traditional in the sense of we've posted the position, we'll be putting together a screening committee and then moving forward to bring finalists forward. And I'll kind of break each of those pieces down a little bit more. First piece around the postings, we did post just a couple of days ago, we posted both a full-time position and an interim position. Since it is late right now, we think it's important for us to try to pursue the long-time fit for the school and explore that as a possibility, but be ready to pivot towards an interim if we feel like we can't find the right candidate for the long term. And I think that we are going to, kind of move forward with both options equally at this point in the process and have both postings up. I did send something out to the Parker community, kind of outlining the process, asking for their feedback and what's important in the next leader, and did sit and meet with the Parker staff yesterday to talk through the process and gather some of their feedback and thoughts. So what to expect next, anyone who's interested in serving on the screening committee has until tonight at 11:59 p.m. Hopefully, we're long gone by then, for us to be able to express interest on serving on the committee. I will notify those on the committee tomorrow, and then we will begin sort of interviewing candidates ASAP. You'll see the composition of the the screening committee members, which is listed in the packet, and think that that's a group that is representative of our school community. The screening committee will then screen applicants, meet with applicants, and then recommend candidates to move forward as finalists. The finalist candidates will then move forward, interview with our central office leadership team, conduct a Parker site visit, which I've told the staff will be a chance for many of the staff to meet and interact with the potential candidate. Something that you don't see on there is just a candidate or community forum. We had moved away from that in our last two searches. Both the Barrows and Killam searches were also both later in the summer. We had felt that in communication with a lot of promising candidates, many of whom are sitting principals, it is difficult to expect at this time of year a sitting principal to put their neck out there and apply for a position with the potential of them not getting a position, having to go back to their school community list late in the game. While that is a nice and important step in transparency, we feel like having that extra step will kind of limit the pool. And right now, the most important thing is that we get great candidates in the pool. We feel like we've had really strong pools at both Barrows and Killam, and we had gone through a similar process as well. I also asked that the committee's a little bit flexible, and the committee's a little bit flexible on timeline. The committee may start to interview candidates next week. Depending on how those initial interviews go, the process could be done sooner or could extend longer, depending on just how those initial interviews go. I just think we have to be a little bit more flexible, given just the time of the year and also the difficulty sometimes in finding great candidates. But I will pause there and leave it open to any questions. And I also should have mentioned earlier, and I apologize, this was not in the fact, that asking for a representative to serve on the screening committee too. And I wish I'd put that in the memo before too. So, but I'll open it up to any questions or feedback.
I'll start with what I was talking to you about a little bit earlier, just so people are on the same page. And I'm going to piggyback off Maria's that I forgot about, but I think that she did say, I'd love to see if we can give some degree of preference in the parent caregiver side to school council related parents or PTO. I lean school council, but PTO is just as important. And then as well, with LEAD and REACH, both at Parker, I would love to see that we have representation on the parent side from that. And if there's staff members on that, with that slant as well, in one of those programs, it would be great to have one of them in that pool if possible.
Absolutely.
I would add a Boston resident parent to that priority list if possible.
Yeah.
We have to see who applies.
Absolutely,
I understand, but-
Yep. And that's what I intentionally left it broad on here, say like representative if we know that we have many like various constituencies that comprise the community, and we'll do our best to select a representative group that we think does hit on a lot of the different important constituencies in our community. So thank you for flagging that. Also, I know we have with our Killam search, our MLL community was really important as well. So just trying to be as thoughtful and inclusive as possible in this process.
Any other feedback? No. Okay.
We'll keep the community informed. Thank you.
I guess you need our member now, right?
We do.
Anybody here in the committee have the bandwidth, willingness, and able to participate in this committee?
So I would jump all over this as a Parker parent, but I'm going to be on vacation pretty much that whole time, so I cannot.
Okay. Sean, your hand was in the air?
Yeah, I'm willing to do it with the caveat that I think I'm the only one up here that's a Coolidge family. So, I don't know if it makes sense, but if, I'm happy to step in. Sold.
I just don't have the bandwidth for the next few weeks, otherwise I would absolutely do it.
Okay. So I think I'm going to be out on vacation for one of these weeks as well. So Sean, it's all you, bud.
Sure.
There you go.
Thank you.
You got Sean.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you. Really looking forward to the process ahead and keeping the community informed. So thank you.
All right. So moving on to the next item, which is the end of year personnel update. And I think we will need the computer for that one. although I think I have it, Mike, if you want me to do it.
If Rob has it, it might be.
I didn't know you were over there.
She's been hiding over there the whole time on you, Chuck.
Good, how are you?
Yes.
Is it connected to the Zoom? I might just have to go into Zoom and share it.
There it is.
Thanks, Rob.
All right. There you go.
Okay. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
So I appreciate the opportunity to provide you with an HR update on the HR activities for the end of the school year. We are currently managing a high volume of tasks and initiatives. Rather than delving into the day-to-day operations, I want to focus the majority of my HR discussion around alignment with the strategic goals. So in your packet, you're going to find a comprehensive HR presentation that's covering our key initiatives related to the HR workflow, employee satisfaction, in recruiting and retaining a diverse workforce. Today, I want to highlight a few key points in each area. So the first one would be our HR workflow. So for reference, I have the strategic goal up there, and then opposite that, I have the FY24 outcomes. So the first one is our updated contracts with 5 bargaining units. Each contract underwent a significant and extensive revision process by the HR team. All 5 contracts now have a uniform and more readable format. We also coordinated the signing of the contracts with all bargaining units. All but one are currently signed. We've been working collaboratively with RTA on the final version, and we anticipate that one will be signed as well next week. We're just finishing up a few housekeeping formatting things. Nothing substantial. For the next one, we are going to be transitioning from Frontline, which is our current provider for absence management and sub-management. We're going to be transitioning from them to Red Rover. So what I want to share with you in the next couple of slides, I'm not going to go through it all, but just so you guys have a high-level overview of why we decided to make these changes. So you can see we have the general improvements there. Each school will now have its own landing page where they can share key information about their school with the subs coming in. It also gives us the functionality to have pictures of the sub within the system so that we know who is coming into the building and we know who should be there. Also, there's different ways that we can, I'm going to move to the sub benefits. There's different ways that we can welcome the sub. There is welcome to substitute training that Red Rover provides us. Teachers can create video messages for the sub coming in to know what any ins and outs of their classroom. And we also have an app with push notifications. When you go into the application, it also is very intuitive, it's user-friendly, it's a modern interface. It was a really great addition. So when we looked at all that, it was a no-brainer for us to move because it met more of our needs and it offered this enhanced functionality at a substantially reduced cost. So by making this move, which I think will benefit us, we are also having a cost savings of $5,648.29. And so with all those benefits, in addition to the savings, this really pushed us to make this. We have already started to roll this out to the district ahead of the 24-25 school year. So all of the staff and all the subs are ready to go. So we've been a seamless transition of sending out and getting people signed up in the system. And then we'll officially start kicking it off when we get to the next school year. So everyone should be ready to go. And our last one in this section is ARCS Ed. So the HR team identified that mandating training is a significant risk and a time-consuming process to manage. So to address this, we're going to partner with ARCS Ed for the 24-25 school year to provide this necessary training. So their system ensures compliance with the latest state and federal requirements and automates their tracking and follow-up process. So this allows us to generate reports quickly and identify who has completed the training and who still needs to, regardless of whether we're doing this at the beginning of the year or if we have a new hire coming in. This is ensuring all staff are properly trained, and this reduces risk to the district. Previously, this work was manually managed through a Google site requiring frequent updates whenever there were changes to each of the 10 presentations and manual tracking and follow-up completion towards completion. So this way, it's all housed within ARCS Ed. Anytime there is a federal or state update, it is done right away. And so this is real time too, that we can run reports. And then when we are in the rolling out the mandated training, in August, people will get updates every week saying, you've completed 50%, you've completed 75%, until we get to that 100%. So that is the main points that I want to cover in HR workflow. I just want to pause there if there are any questions.
Just one quick one. On Red Rover,
Yes.
this is not a trick question. The Welcome to Substitute Teaching course you said it offers, do you find it particularly valuable?
I think what will be the most valuable is the fact that each school is going to have their own landing page to welcome the sub to the school and get them acquainted to the ins and outs of the building and the classrooms.
Okay.
Is ARCS Ed an additional cost, or?
It is. So it was $3,000 for the school year.
So the savings from
It-
Red?
So there's savings from Red Rover making that transition. So I have, given we have not had any big searches other than the Parker search that's upcoming, we have reduced recruitment costs, and in other areas I've reduced. So I do have FY24 savings. So looking at that and looking at the cost difference between Red Rover and Talent Ed, we did have money budgeted to roll out ARCS Ed. And when we think about what the cost was for as many people who had to update presentations, track completions and follow up on those completions, I felt like the $3,000, we were probably spending that in the management of the process. And this secures us so that we know the training is being done, all of the materials up to date, and we feel very confident in that. So that risk we're mitigating as well.
Sure, go ahead.
So how does this impact staff? Because effectively you're outsourcing this now, right? Who was doing this internally?
So, hi, Dr. Stats and Dr. Hardy. Them along with their teams were rolling this out. I think Allison Wright is in back too. She was helping with it as well.
Right?
Yes, it is.
They're like, yes.
So it has been a manual process, and then once it leaves their teams, it also impacts our building leaders and our building secretaries, who are also trying to follow up on completions, making sure everybody has completed and they've gone through everything. So there's a lot of different hands that touch this process, so that also was a risk. So part of this is we're able to automate this so that we know it's up to date, we know we have everything there, and people can go right in, they complete it, we can run those reports, and there's also that reduced risk of any sort of user error because we're manually handling this data.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great.
Thank you. So I am going to move on to employee satisfaction, which is strategic goal 3.3. Again, on the left side is the goal, and then our FY24 outcomes are on the right side. The milestone reception and recognition, as well as the Distinguished Teaching and Staff Awards. The reception and award ceremony for milestones and Distinguished Teaching and Employee Awards continues to be a special and memorable event celebrating the dedication and achievements of our outstanding employees. I am grateful for the opportunity to celebrate these remarkable individuals within our district and to see the event grow each year. If it's possible, I think we had even more people than we had last year. So I think it was a really great turnout, and it was great to get everyone in this place, especially we just had graduation, another celebration. So also with that is so I did just a quick slide on just the numbers that were honored. I know we had the presentation as well of who these individuals were, but this is just a quick snapshot for you of what this looks like by category. And we have our plaques from last year, which was very cool. And then our exit surveys. So the next few slides, I'm not going to go through them in detail. I'm going to give you the high level, what these slides are saying. So our employees with less than 1 year of tenure are primarily leaving due to external factors such as returning to school, changing careers to roles that are unavailable within the district, and family needs. Our more tenured staff, we have found in that 10+ bandwidth, they are mainly leaving due to retirement or family care responsibilities. And that could be family care of aging parents, children, grandchildren. It really ranges for this year. So those are the big reasons that we have for departure. I also have, this is the reasons for each individual that have answered the exit survey. So overall, we are not seeing a significant push factors causing people to leave the district aside from a few salary concerns limited by budget in our current bargaining contracts, which we think, given where we're going, I think that's going to alleviate some of that churn we've seen. Most of our attrition stems from career changes, relocations, advancements outside the district, and staff either retiring or needed to leave for family care. So this is the overview slide of that, and as you can see, the majority of the reasons, we do have that, the biggest chunk in the personal family reasons bucket. That brings me to strategic goal 3.3, our FY24 outcomes. We have, so since I'm going to skip to this slide to start. So since the 2021 school year, this area has seen significant growth from where we were. Though we know that continued focus is needed in this area. So to support these efforts, we have offered MTEL reimbursement and reimbursement for bachelor's credits through our partnership with MPDE, which is our Massachusetts Partnership for Diversity in Education. We continue to recruit through this organization, and we leverage different posting areas such as the Teachers Lounge, which is a nonprofit dedicated to diversifying the educational workforce to drive exceptional student outcomes. And this is a Boston-based organization. Additionally, we have expanded our staff with roles such as our MECO coordinators, school adjustment counselors, and new this year, our multilingual learner family liaison. While recruiting and retaining a diverse workforce is listed as an HR responsibility in the strategic plan, it's a shared responsibility across the district in all departments and schools. So then I have just a high-level overview description of the new multilingual learner family liaison for you to review. And then follow up, I know I've mentioned MPDE before, but I wanted to provide this context again so that we had it. So to wrap up, I'd like to emphasize that our department is actively tackling present needs and strategically preparing for the future. I also want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Andrew Gutchess and Kristen Cohen for their tireless dedication to the district and their incredible work ethic. Their ability to efficiently handle a high volume of critical employee requests such as pay and leave issues, while managing daily responsibilities and excelling in our strategic initiatives is commendable, and they're really rock stars that really have put a lot of time, especially they were up here helping out with the milestone reception, and they've done a great job, so I want to make sure I spend time thanking them, and thank you for your time. And is there any questions that I can answer for you?
Sean, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't see any questions, but maybe John has a question. But I want to acknowledge a few things. We've asked multiple times in the past for exit survey information, and you have provided it in spades and with context.
Good.
So the context is very important, and I appreciate that. I also want to publicly acknowledge and thank you, because you don't get that very much, for the countless hours and time and energy of reformatting, cleaning up, and aligning all the contracts. We had some really old, really poorly formatted contracts that were just kind of, things were dropped in here and there over time, and the amount of work that you did in particular, you personally, did to do that, to clean that up, to make it easier to use and read on a go-forward basis, will be beneficial. I think we heard it across 3, if not all 5 of our bargaining units about the contract structure and challenge and issues and whatnot. So the fact that you spent the time to go through that in fine-grained detail is very much appreciated. So just want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Sean?
One comment and then one question. Echo a lot of what Tom said. I think in past years, we talked about sort of professionalizing the HR function and what you're able to do at a ratio that's like a third or a fifth or a tenth of what you might see in a corporate environment in terms of the ratio of HR staff to personnel is just incredible. So thank you for all of it. My question was on the, race and ethnicity by number of staff chart. And Tom, can you go back a little bit? I think the progress here is encouraging. I think, we all know that a lot of the progress comes from us hiring in roles that, largely or primarily support ethnically diverse students, right? So there's sort of a natural thing that happens there. From the things that you talked about, the teachers lounge and the other efforts we're making, are we seeing any, anything that's promising or starting to sort of expand the pipeline for, diverse staff in classroom teaching roles, for instance, and other roles as well?
I think the biggest driver for us is going to be the culture shift that we're working towards. And we're doing a lot of work around employee satisfaction and continuing to make Reading a really great place to work. And I think that is what's going to drive some of this work. So we are going to recruitment fairs and whatnot, but say with MPDE, that recruitment fair was in Millis. It was very hard for us to draw geographically the group that we're trying to draw in. So I think our biggest success is our employees in our brand in that, and I think that is what we need to continue to lean in on.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think the presentation needs to go over to Sarah, or I can take it if she wants. Give it to me. Okay, so we're going to move on from the personnel update to the Math Pathways FY24 update, final FY24 update. I purposely put final FY24 in case we have an update in 25. You tried to let me say this was the last update. I have a feeling we're going to hear more.
We will hear more.
Nothing's loaded on here.
It's not loading.
I don't see anything here.
Okay.
Should be in the folder. If not, I can share it, if you want me to share it. Here, why don't we just do that?
You just had the folder open, right? It's still open, it's just minimized.
Is this the right folder?
Is it in this folder?
Oh, yep, there it is. Thank you.
All right. Yep.
Well, I like the way that you're thinking, because it is, I will say, continuous work that really will not be done. We are continually looking at how to improve all areas of academics across the Reading Public Schools, recognizing that our math pathways are just one very important aspect of the education our students receive. It's been really great this year to focus on math pathways and to have the support of the committee to move the work ahead and the support from the community and our staff. So We did make some really great leaps this year, but it certainly will not be the end of the work. In the packet is the full presentation for you. I did include in there just some background information that I won't go through tonight, but in case folks are looking at it and aren't familiar with the projects that have been underway, I wanted to just fill in those gaps. So I'll just quickly kind of go through those here. As you may remember, back in November, we were able to present out some steps we were going to take based largely on the work of an amazing advisory committee that worked through the fall to examine our current math pathways and make recommendations to improve those for all students. And these recommendations really, as we got underway with them and started to really understand their impact, I think what we realized is that we want to ensure that our on-grade math courses are rigorous and supportive of all students, and that we also have the structures in place that allow any and all students that want to accelerate their math education to be there, regardless of the multiple points in their career here when they might be ready to do that. And really, the work underway, I think now I would really put in two buckets. It is setting up the systems and structures so that the right courses, the right order, the right ways to accelerate are in place. So that's the structure piece. But then there's also the student support piece, because even with the best structures in place, at the end of the day, it's about our students and about their achievement in math and about what they need to be successful. I'm really proud of the work that has been started, and most of it will continue on into the coming years. When we look at some of the strategies, you will see that there's a lot of work that's happening at the middle school level. And I do want to just say that while I'm here presenting tonight, this work has really been a group effort, that we've had a group that's met regularly to look at the goals and objectives, talk about the plans and how to initiate the tasks, and then continue to follow up. So this work really is a result of many of the leaders and teachers in our district, and I'll try to include them as I go. One of the changes that we had recommended at the middle school level was looking at the amount of time our students spend in math. So we're excited next year that Parker is actually going to pilot a new schedule that's adding in minutes, which means that over the course of the school year, our students there will get 720 extra minutes of math. Coolidge continues to examine their schedule, and this year they actually added in some additional math intervention time that will continue next year. Both schools, both middle schools as well, are adding in some of their enrichment classes that are sort of like applied math. We're excited about those because one of the pieces that we've talked about a lot with our math pathways is introducing kids to potential careers. So I think some of the enrichment courses that are being offered that align with our pathways here at the high school will be really good for that type of conversation with students. We continue to work out plans for our middle school math curriculum review. Again, that's about making sure that all of our math courses are rigorous and supportive for students. Another system or structure that we tackled right away this year was reestablishing the math lab here at the high school that had been in place and very successful in the past, stopped for a bit. We did see that it was a successful start this year, positive feedback from students. As predicted, holding it in the library was not the best fit. We knew that going in, and we will continue the math lab in the upcoming school year. But now that we have the luxury of the summer to find new space, we will look for a spot to relocate the math lab. A few more areas of focus that really, we worked really close with the two middle school principals around was when acceleration happens at the middle school. So you may remember that the first point where students have the opportunity to sort of skip ahead in the math sequence is at the end of 6th grade. And so we worked very closely with the middle school principals to look at the math data coming out of our 6th grade students. They have a really good process in place, which we went over with you during our initial presentation in November, where we have sort of a cutoff where we know that students above this point are recommended to move into the 7th, 8th grade math instead of the typical grade 7 math. One of the things that we had identified as a way to strengthen our pathway was to include what we're calling a gray area. So students who would not automatically be recommended, but are in an area where sort of not quite meeting the benchmark we want, but also showing some successes in math and perhaps ready for that challenge. Instead of just not moving those students on, what happened instead were conversations with families to let them know that this could be an option for their student, to fill them in on what the implications would be, and then really to let the student and the family make the final decision. This year, we had about 22 students that were in that gray area. Conversations were had with the families, and I believe, if I can read my notes correctly, we had 18 students that decided to accelerate. Not everybody did, but again, that choice was put to our students and their families, so we feel good about that. In the past, this practice was in place, but we would not have had this many students moving on. So I think this is a success.
Sarah, can I interrupt real quick for a
Yeah,
question here?
please.
So, not just for those 18 students, but are we adding any additional supports in addition to the 720 additional minutes, which everybody's going to get, to support those students that might be taking that smaller leap or that larger leap to get to the 7-8 math in 7th grade?
Yeah.
It's coming. Your next one.
Well, so the next item I'm going to talk about
it's
is
not the same as
partially
what
for
it-
that.
yeah, it's not the same.
But not really fully, I think, to what I'm envisioning based on what you've said. But
Right.
let me do this one first, and then I'll add on. One of the areas that I think impacts both the ability of students to accelerate, but also just what we think is important to promote the math success of all students, is what students have available over the summer. We know here in Reading that there are a lot of students that are motivated over the summer. They want to continue to grow their math practice. We have families perhaps that, want to initiate tutoring or whatnot. We wanted to provide something for our students that was really like robust and strong instruction for them. This is going to benefit, I think, two different types of groups of students. So one of our math coaches worked to create some summer modules, 7 weeks of modules. They are things that will be done asynchronously. They're put together through a Google Classroom. So it's something that students will be able to access and sort of run through, and everything is there for them to do. We are also going to initiate a weekly Zoom check-in. So if students want to get on with a teacher, have some questions, want a little bit of help with something, that will be available. In addition, we're going to have a teacher that's checking in on the open response type questions, and students will actually get feedback on the work they're doing. We have this in place for our rising 7th graders and rising 8th graders. As you know, one of our acceleration points has been for students going from grade 7 to grade 8. What happened in the past is parents got a packet that sort of said, these are the topics your child should review and study. And then in August, the child was given access to an assessment that determined if they had mastered enough of those topics to move into Algebra 1. Instead, these modules will support the student in reviewing all of the a lot of the math content, I certainly can't say all, that they would have learned in 7th grade, and then also giving them some of the accelerated 8th grade topics that would have been covered in the 7th, 8th grade math. We think this is going to position the students that are interested in accelerating after 7th grade in a much better place than previously. And we also think it's more equitable, because in the past, it really did rely on the parents to be able to interpret what this packet means, maybe hire a tutor. But in this case, we think that it's leveling the playing field a bit for students. And I do think we're going to strongly encourage families to have their kids participate in using these modules, whether they want to accelerate or not, because we think that that summer slide, if we can prevent that, if we can have kids practicing a little bit over the summer, it's only going to improve their success in math next year, which could lead to acceleration in the future. But I think, Tom, you were probably asking about supports during the school day.
Exactly, yeah.
Can I ask one more on this before we move off? of it?
Sure, well, you, go ahead.
Sorry. So I love the idea that, we're going to give rising 8th graders an opportunity to do an assessment and place into Algebra 1. Is there a particular reason why we're not doing that for rising 7th graders? I know they'll have done an assessment at the end of 6th, obviously, but, we're still drawing a line somewhere that you've got, one student who's just above the line, one student who's just below the line. There may not be a huge delta between them. What's the rationale for not sort of offering the same opportunity to 7th graders?
So the rising 7th graders have that opportunity in the spring.
Right, but that's before they've had the opportunity to access this summer this summer, grade level, sort of grade level
Extra
support
practice.
and extra practice and that sort of thing?
Yeah. I know, it's a good question. I mean, I think part of the thinking is that with the gray area this year, I think we cast a wider net to have students in who maybe in the past would not have had the benefit of doing that. I guess I would say, in general, like our philosophy as we go through this process and as we're approached by families is we are trying to be as inclusive as possible. So if there was a family or a student who after doing these 7 modules felt their student had made, some really great progress and now wanted to be considered, I would say that would be something we could talk about. It isn't currently a scenario that really has come up, but maybe with these great modules out there, it would be something that could come up.
You want to build on that question?
Sort of. So in the past, it typically worked out that there was like one classroom per team that was doing the accelerated math and then was doing the algebra one. And I know sometimes that meant it was actually like a fairly large class, like it might even be like 26 students because we're cramming them all into one class. So by opening up to 18 more kids, are we looking at multiple sections now? I don't know if you have an answer to that.
Yeah,
but-
off the top of my head, I don't know the exact breakdown by school, but I believe both schools will have more than one section of Algebra 1 in 8th grade. And when we sat with the principals and went through this, they didn't have any concerns about their class sizes and
Okay.
ability to bring in a few more students.
Great. It'd be great to see, 2 classes of reasonable size rather than having to cram everybody in one. Sure.
Just want to make one small point too, is that while we are trying to open doors for students, right, and give them the support to be able to access higher levels of math as they feel appropriate, we also know a lot of the research says that it is also, if we push students too fast so they're not quite prepared for that, that's going to be detrimental to their sort of development down the line too. So it is a fine line here of like this gray area, right? We recognize we really have to give those students a lot of support, because if we push the students too fast and they start to falter, that's going to catch up with them. So it is like, we know that that's a tricky thing as well, and it's not one of those things where it's just one of those, we just want to push everyone we possibly can up, and you know that.
Which is a great foray back to the support.
Sorry, Tom, I got you off with that one. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'll be honest, this is a conversation we had multiple times when we sat with our learning and teaching meetings, so with Sarah Marchand and Rochelle Rubino, with Marianne Lynn there, and Erin Burchell too, just as far as like where in the middle school schedule are the best places to add supports? Are there enrichment classes that could be added? Are there particular spots where we could target this? As of yet, to find like a clean-cut, predictable spot, we haven't identified that, where we could like add in another math course or something into the schedule. But it is something that we continue to talk about. I think that the focus, especially at Coolidge, on thinking about math intervention and how to support the students that we know are struggling is a great first start to that, because it is, perhaps keeping kids who might be doing really well in math from doing that if they don't have the supports they need. But we are still really looking for the best ways to target that sort of middle group of kids that we know, perhaps with a little bit of additional support, would be ready to accelerate.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason I ask is some of it was what Dr. Milczewski said, but also the other part of it is many districts, ourselves included historically, are okay for those that are performing at the top and provide all the supports for those that are maybe performing at the bottom, but the middle falls out. And I have a pretty strong hypothesis that a lot of the middle that leaves from 8th grade to 9th grade is because they need that support and that push that we're not providing yet. So if we think about it, is just in the 7th and 8th grade levels, if there's more we can do to support those students that are stretching themselves into the 7, 8 and into the algebra, so we don't have the bounce backs and we don't have the anxiety that comes with, fear of failure that may happen in that space as well, the more we can figure, support that growth and make sure that we're there. And I'm also thinking about last year's Metco meeting in Boston, and there was specific conversations about the supports that were put in place for certain populations. I'm not worried about, and this is not a specific focus on a population, but the concept of having the supports that are there to make sure that they can not just survive, but thrive.
Yes, yeah. In a few slides, I'll get to another piece that addresses some of what you said, but agree 100%. Okay. This one is really a little bit more procedural, not completely, but we did look at refining some of our grade 12 on-grade level courses. Again, this is with the thought that we really want all of our math courses to be rigorous and supportive of our students. And so these are just some slight shifts to the content that we think will better position kids for their college courses. And some of the content also better aligns with like the SAT. I think it will better prepare students.
So this is not to take away from the massive amount of impressive work that has happened in short order, but one hole that I still am going to flag is the lack of honors here. So we offer CP pre-calc or AP pre-calc. We offer CP calculus or AP calculus, but we have no honors. So it's another potential acceleration point that we're denying kids that I would love to see us rectify. I don't know, you know, everybody has their own path, right? And we're trying to create opportunities for kids to not be stuck in a channel. So I don't know where the numbers are for the need for something like this, but speaking as a parent, there's a need. And I would love to see us at the very least figure out how to offer honors calculus as a way. Like, you know, if somebody really excels at CP pre-calc, there should be a place to go other than CP calculus. But we're not going to let them take AP calc, right? Because it's not the same as CP pre-calc, as AP pre-calc.
Right.
So we don't let them jump 2 steps, but I feel like we should be offering another step.
Okay. Thanks for that feedback. Another initiative that we got off the ground, and we are really looking forward to seeing how it supports students, is our summer geometry course. And so this year we have 9 rising sophomores participating, and in addition, 2 rising freshmen. So this course basically will allow those students to not have to take the full year geometry course, which accelerates them along the pathway. So those are 11 more students. The other thing that's really exciting about it is we've been talking all along about really like our top math students and wanting to carve out a pathway for them. And so with these 2 rising freshmen, and I think we know also looking at our middle schoolers, we have a few kiddos not far behind, that is going to give us the opportunity to develop and look at what our math courses are by the time students are getting to 11th and 12th grade.
Where does that fall with what you expected?
Good question. So for those students in particular, they would have taken Algebra 1 this year in 8th grade. And that means next year coming in as freshmen, they would have been taking geometry their freshman year. But because they're taking it through the summer course, that means next year instead, they'll be starting as freshmen with Algebra 2.
Which we haven't had anybody do in the recent past. Right.
It's amazing.
And we had conversations with the families too, to let them know like their child would be in class with sophomores and juniors, and you know, so it's not something we lightly put students into, but we feel confident, you know, that this will be good for the students.
Thanks.
Yeah, so now you have pressure. Once they get past.
It's good to have the pressure.
Yes.
Yeah, it keeps us honest,
Once they
right?
get past,
Yes.
you know, pre-calc and sophomore year, and you got to figure out what's next.
Yeah.
We're really feeling the pressure because it's not just 2 here. There's like other students
Yeah.
that we
The
know
ones
of
we-
that are
the
like.
ones we've met in the math.
You've met many of
Right.
them, right? That are just like,
ones who
there's
kicked our
going to be
butts
a
in the
new
math exam,
pathway
yeah.
that they're building. So,
Yeah. We're excited to have like a cohort of really advanced math students. It's great for our district.
Be a new dual enrollment opportunity.
that's one of the options. That's probably the most likely option.
Multivariable.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
So another focus area of the recommendations back in November was looking at our students that we know really aren't accessing our higher level math courses. And so we have a couple of initiatives underway. One in particular that I want to highlight is that we were able to get some grant funding through Metco, which is amazing. We're going to be running a program. It's actually going to take place in Boston at Metco Inc. And it's going to be called the METCO Summer Bridge Program. And we're going to be providing a mix of in-person, asynchronous, and virtual via Zoom support for students. We are right now in the process of recruiting. We want to make sure that we have students that are committed to attending, that are able to do that, and also trying to identify students that we think with a little bit of a push could be potential further in their academic career for acceleration, and if not for acceleration, really just to strengthen their math experience. And so this is something that we really are sort of piloting this year. We're hoping that by running it, we could create a structure for what the program might look like. And hopefully it's something that we could continue to offer in the future. Even if we don't have grant funding, if we have a structure in place, the cost to run it would be less because it would be something another teacher could step into.
So I just want to add one thing on that too. So if you look, and I encourage those who are watching at home to click on the link to learn more, because there's a lot in there. Something I'm really excited about is that 5 to 7 students that we're targeting, they're going to have an individual path mapped out for them that summer. So our team has looked at their iReady data, identified standards where the students need a little bit of additional support, and targeting the modules and the support that they're getting to the gaps where they are as a way to kind of accelerate them too. And I think that that targeted approach, we hope, will give a couple of them the boost that they need. We're starting with a small group of 5 to 7, and we'll see how it goes.
Isn't this a great thing for METCO in general to do?
It is. If this is a great, so we got this out of we got a $15,000 grant, and to like boot, and if this is something that works, it's definitely a model. One of the criteria for the grant was like something that could be replicable either within our own district or across districts. But I imagine that if this is something that is like a blueprint that works, other districts could easily pick that up too.
But even with the location.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great.
Right? Why
Yeah.
not, you can have more students with, one teacher there.
Well, the challenge of what we found out is that there's so much individual time. Like we have our person who's running it was our doctoral fellow, Ramsey, and Ramsey, who has a pretty extensive math background, has already been meeting with the middle school teachers to identify gaps, looking at data, identifying resources to support their gaps, and then is going to be doing individual check-ins with the students during the summer over Zoom one-on-one, and then be giving feedback on their work. So that makes it hard. There's not a lot of like whole group time. Maybe the model could evolve, but we thought that like targeted for what the kid needs was what was going to like kind of differentiate this, targeting kids on that cusp.
That's excellent.
And the final strategy, we felt that improving communication was an important step because, as I've mentioned a few times, the role of the family is really important in this work too, because they help to advocate for their student, they help to support their student at home, and we know that students' disposition towards math is an important indicator if they're going to accelerate and/or if they're going to do well. So we held a number of parent nights. Everything's linked in there. If anyone missed them and want to watch the videos, they are there. They're posted for families to see, explaining our pathways in detail and the different options families might have, and also making sure that they have access to all the information that they need in the RMHS program of studies about the math courses and the pathways. So a lot has happened. This is going to, as I said, ongoing work. It is not something we will ever say to you, we are done. There's, always ways that we need to continue to adjust and adapt, especially given the students in front of us. But we're really thrilled with what we were able to accomplish this year. Look forward to start to see really the impact on students in the year or two to come.
John?
So 2 things. One is, we had a math pathways update at the beginning of the school year, and I think like there was probably some frustration from this committee that it didn't feel like it had moved fast enough to that point. This is a sea change from my perspective in terms of the progress in 8 or 9 months. So I feel very good about this, and I love the framing that we're not done and there's still more to do. I think one thing I want us to think about as we sort of start to mature our focus on math pathways and we're executing on a lot of these things is. I'm hoping that our updates become more about what the data is telling us about how students are performing and how these acceleration opportunities are working and that sort of thing as well. And even, comparison of that cohort of 18 students that, didn't make the cutoff to maybe the 18 students that were just above the cutoff, what does that look like? I'd love to, just very excited to see how this all unfolds.
Anything else? Sean's asking for data, and Sarah didn't light up like a Christmas tree. I don't know what's going on. So echo that. And I just also want to say, it's not lost on me, and I don't think it's lost on anybody else on this committee, that when you look around the state and the greater Boston area, you have a lot of districts that are stepping back, and we're pushing forward. And I know the easy answer would be to step back, and I appreciate that you're not going for the easy answer. Obviously, we sort of didn't let you go for the easy answer as a collective, but even so, you've dove, to Sean's point, you've dove in and then some, right? And you continue to push forward, and you believe in it, right? You wouldn't push forward as much as you are if you didn't believe in it. And I know because there's been lots of, other conversations as well that have happened in some of this. The one thing I didn't see here that I thought I would see based on the past was any sort of reference to other supports we're providing with Mathnasium for after school or anything else like that. Did that program not work, and did we stop that, or is there any other update you can share on that front?
I think I didn't put it in just because it wasn't one of the recommendations. I was sort of using that as a template. We have continued to offer some Mathnasium tutoring through a few different funding sources. We've run a little bit of data analysis as best we can. As of yet, we haven't seen really like a clear indication that has supported. It's been a very mixed result. Some of the students getting tutoring, we saw some nice growth. Others, we didn't. So not enough to be statistically significant. Yeah.
Okay. Again, thank you for the work and continuing to move forward. There's still lots to be done, like you say, but we've made great strides, as Sean clearly pointed out, in the last 9 months. So thank you. Okay, so let's move on. And I think the computer will move from one person to the next. As we go to the student services end of year update and program review status.
Great. So I think that laptop's going to be coming down to Jen momentarily. Just want to quickly share. I think even before it got late, our approach was to try to just give a couple of high-level overview pieces here too. So when Jen gets that, Jen's going to kind of combine, and Jen and Alice are going to combine a couple of pieces, just 1, 2, or 3 student service updates, and then move into giving you just a couple of highlights from the program review checklist, which is in your packet. And they gave you the green light to go through it as you would like to.
I got it. We can't find in the folder.
Do you want me to? Do you want to look at it here?
Oh, I have it.
What's it called?
Is it this?
Well, you can just go without.
Yeah,
It was just one slide.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
We can go, and it'll be fine, I think. First of all, Allison Wright and I would like to thank the CPAC for all of their work and partnership. As you know, Allison and I are very, very passionate about making connections with families, making sure everybody feels heard, and honoring all students and families. And that is some of the work that we are doing with our staff and our team chairs, which is really amazing. So although we don't have a formal presentation, we just want to highlight a few things for you. And one of them that we're really excited about actually fits in perfectly what Maria Morgan mentioned earlier this evening around the celebration of everyone. We are really pleased to announce that we are partnering with SEAM. As you know, we are a member district with SEAM. We are going to host for the next year their Deaf and Hard of Hearing program. It is a self-contained classroom, 2 classrooms that comes with its own staff. SEAM runs it. They are paying us rent for the space, and we'll reevaluate at the end of the year. And the funds that we get will be used to enhance our own in-district programs. Honestly, we are so excited about this because they're going to be housed at Wood End, and Wood End is such an inclusive community. We think that this is really a value add for our students, our families, and our community, adding a new diverse population that is not in Reading and that we are going to get to celebrate and learn with and from. To that point, SEAM is actually going to offer, their students use signed exact English. Many of the students have cochlear implants and are going to be returning to their home schools. So they're going to offer for any staff member, family member, or student who wants to learn signed exact English, they will be offering courses next year throughout the year for everyone. And so we are really excited. It'll be about 10 to 15 students. Students will be included as appropriate with the SEAM staff. It will not impact our own staffing, just really adding to our community. So that was very exciting. The other thing that as we listen to the CPAC presentation, the next announcement we had is something the CPAC was also very, very passionate about. As we started our program reviews, one of the recommendations that we saw a few times was to have a program coordinator that could really help streamline the work. And we had talked to you all at the time and said, we don't want to wait till the next budget cycle. We want to jump in, see what's working, what's not working, and try a model. So the model we chose was having stipended team chair positions, doing the work under the direction of Director Allison Wright. And I really want to thank Tina Nutter, Adam Blaustein, Melissa Forbes, Renee Lamaro, and Kelly Decato for doing that work. What we found is something that the CPAC has asked repeatedly: is this too much for people to get into the classrooms to really be consolidated? So we are really excited to say that we found a way, without adding another full-time position, to start to advertise for a program coordinator who can help us do that work. That being said, Renee Lamaro will continue to oversee the LEAD program with her extensive knowledge of language and reading and writing acquisition. So we are going to do a posting. There is a bit of a trade-off. We piloted this year an out-of-district team chairperson, and we got great feedback from our families about that. We are having a natural transition. Leander Corman, who was our out-of-district team chair, is going to become a director of student services in New Hampshire next year, so we wish her well and are grateful for her work. But because of that transition, we think we can use that money to create the program coordinator position and do a little bit of shifting of the team chairs so that families are not going to have an interruption of service and what they have come to know this year from their team chair. That will continue. It will be a different model. Historically, out-of-district families and students were spread out amongst all the team chairs. It wouldn't be this model. It would be a few people, and we would work really closely to make sure that all of the structures continue. The other thing that makes this possible, that's different from years past, every elementary school now has an assistant principal who's able to do a little bit of different work that's going to free them up to make sure the team chairs are able to reach out to those out-of-district families, do the site visits at the school. So we're hoping to get that posting up and hopefully have some good applicants that can help us continue to grow our programs. And we're really thankful for the investment that everyone has made. We really believe it's critical to build our programs in district and be as consistent and efficient with our systems as possible. So you have a very extensive document in your packet that outlines every single recommendation from every program review we've done and where we are at with that. I'm going to turn it over to Allison Wright, who's going to just give you a few buckets of information and highlight a few things for you.
I did notice on the agenda it said a quick update, so I'm going to try to be really quick. It's a 39-page document, so it's long, so we'll try to be really just kind of hit on some of the themes, the major buckets that we really saw across all the program reviews and the work that we've been doing over the past few years. As Jen said, each of the items from all the program reviews we documented in that document that has all of the steps that we've had for each recommendation for the evaluation. So we're really proud of the work that all the program coordinators have done this year. Just to note in the document, you'll see that we did include recommendations from the evaluation that Dr. Orkin did in the 2017-2018 school year. We wanted to give an update on those recommendations because we have been doing a lot of extensive work within the LEAD program. We are expecting the LEAD evaluation by the end of this month. We got an update that's coming soon, so we're looking forward to presenting that to the school committee and the community in the fall with those recommendations. So we have about 5 themes that I kind of want to summarize that we saw themes across. The first one is including impactful positions that we've included that were part of the recommendation. So some of those positions. So Renee Lamaro, her position as the special education literacy coach. This is an innovative position in Reading that we feel really lucky to have. This position has really supported the recommendations within the LEAD evaluation from Dr. Orkin about reading instruction, really aligning that across the district, not just in the LEAD program, but really across all of our programs, as well as really focusing on that evaluation process to really make sure we're identifying the right areas of reading intervention for our students. Jackie Pelusi, the inclusion specialist, she's made a lot of amazing strides across the district this year in the first year of having this, again, an innovative position within the district. She's really focusing mostly at the elementary level, working on modeling and coaching, supporting both our general ed and special ed staff, students, and families. She's really supporting, keeping that focus of supporting our students within their least restrictive environment, and supporting teams with developing data collection systems. So it's been really very beneficial. The new BCBA position. So just a few years ago, I think it was about 6 years ago, we only had one BCBA, and that's Lisa Studer, and she's still with us, so we're very excited about that. But now we're up to 4. We were able to add the 4th one, which was in the program evaluation. We've had a lot of great success being able to support those additional behavioral supports for our students, staff, and families with this additional position. Again, really supporting students accessing their least restrictive environment. Madison Burns, she is our transition specialist. She's been focusing on the transition assessments and planning, and really helping to support our teams with that post-secondary transition for our students. She's been a key role in helping to support our LIFT program, which is our 18 to 22 program, which was another recommendation within that program. We've done extensive work on that program. We've met every other week this year, really building out that program. We're very excited that we do have a teacher for that position next year, so we're excited to be continuing to develop that position as we get started in the fall. A couple other positions, we were able to increase the level of team chairs in the preschool program. That was another recommendation to help differentiate or separate the position of director and team chair within the RISE program. And then additional positions for this coming school year, we are increasing one of our half-time lead teacher at JE to a full-time teacher, so that's exciting, as well as a speech and language pathologist. We're increasing by 0.4 to help support the workload of our speech and language pathologists, as well as the evaluation load that they're really that we've seen an increase of over the last few years. The next theme is about program alignment. So both the evaluations as well as our state evaluation, the TFM, really focused on, they emphasized the importance of supporting students in their least restrictive environment and in their home schools, particularly for those that are in partial or full inclusion. So this is something that we've been really focusing on with all of our programs across the district. With the inclusion of the positions that I just spoke about, this has really been, we've seen a lot of success in really working on aligning our programs. We've really seen a decrease in our referrals to our programs because we're able to, with these additional supports, we're really able to support our students within their home schools, which we're really excited about. For students that are, we want to assure everybody that students that are placed in our district-wide programs, in a partial or a full inclusion program like Sail or SOAR, we're not making any changes to those students in their programs. Their program is continuing. They're continuing to work through the IEP process and their individual goals and supports within their IEPs. And we are focusing on supporting our sub-separate programs. One of the recommendations was to align our sub-separate program K to 12. So we have a sub-separate program at Wood End and Birch Meadow. Really the focus is to create that Embark program, which is our sub-separate at middle and high school, have that aligned all the way through. So that's something that we're really focusing on aligning, so we have that continuity across all grades. The next major theme was around assessment and data collection. We have been really focusing on that within the LEAD program with our assessments, the use of the graphic organizer for analyzing all of the evaluations and aligning our interventions, as well as our progress monitoring. In REACH, they've been working on creating a consistent data collection system that's really collecting data on students' engagement, their dysregulation, their academic progress. That's really it's aligned in the elementary and middle school, and we're starting to roll that out into the high school as well. We have been piloting in our substantially separate program. We started a pilot of a data collection system. There was some recommendations around using some digitalized data collection systems. We started with a pilot. We did find that it didn't work exactly how we were hoping to be working. It wasn't as effective for us. We started a new one mid-year that we're going to continue to pilot going into the next year, so we can hope to expand that if this one, it's going really well so far. They're liking it, so we're hoping that we can keep going with that one. So that's exciting. Professional development was another big theme. We've been doing a lot of focus on specific professional developments for our programs. I know you've heard a little bit about the Sarah Ward training, the Lynn Lyons training. We're bringing social thinking in next week, so we're excited about that. And we had some training on meaningful inclusion for some of our programs. Another workshop that we had recently was a neurodiversity workshop that we are very excited about. It was run by Rachel Dorsey, who is a speech and language pathologist. So we had our team chairs and our speech and language pathologists in this training. It really focused on neurodiversity, the importance of inclusive environments for all learners, and the least restrictive environment. In addition, we were granted a grant. It was called the Timeout Grant. It's a grant to help reduce our use of timeouts and seclusion. So we're really excited about that. It was a $75,000 grant, which really allowed us to bring more professional development. So the social thinking was one of those PDs that we're bringing next week. Over the summer, we're doing collaborative problem solving, and then we're also working on getting a lot of materials to help support the regulation and support of our students. So we're very excited about that. And then the last theme was on communication. So Jen and I have always said that collaboration, consistency, and communication are what we really focused on, what we have been focusing on for the past several years. And that was definitely something that came out as a major theme, and we're continuing to work on that. We continue to have our office hours. The program coordinators have been working on newsletters, quarterly newsletters, to really give those updates on our programs and the steps that we've been taking, because we really want to make sure that we continue to be transparent with the whole community about all of the steps that we've been working on. So for moving forward, just a few more things, I'm almost done. For LEAD, we are very excited to have the program review coming up, so that should be coming soon. We're really excited to dig into the additional recommendations that will come from the MGH evaluation. Just so everybody knows, the TFM is coming again. I know we just finished it, but it starts again. So next year starts our self-assessment in the special education the special education module of the TFM. So we start with our self-assessment. This one is very highly focused on compliance. So that will be, it has always been a focus of ours, but we'll be continuing to look at that. This will be also connected to looking at the new IEP as we roll that out in the fall as well. Transition planning was another thing that we're going to continue to work on. That was in the program reviews as well. We did update our transition process. We've been really focusing on that this year. We're going to continue. That's going to be an ongoing thing that we're continuing to make adjustments to make sure we're supporting our students, not only grade to grade, but from school to school. I did already mention the LIFT program. And we're going to continue, we're really excited to continue to build our community partnerships, really get our students involved in the community at the YMCA, through different bowling league. We're connecting with other districts, so we're excited about all of that work. And continuing to work on professional development so we can continue to align all of our programs and continue this work that we're really excited about.
A lot that you said.
I talked really fast. I was really trying to be quick.
Yeah? Any questions from anybody on the committee? Sarah?
Question
Or
slash comment.
Yep.
Some of those trainings, the PD stuff, I mean, it's obviously highly relevant to special ed and us supporting staff roles, but some of them, particularly the neurodiversity one, the gen ed teachers and everybody really benefit from those trainings as well. So
Absolutely.
have abilities to expand the scope of that.
We absolutely agree. So that was our first time working with this presenter. We really wanted to, in a smaller group, get to, start there, and then we have definitely talked about other ways to expand that.
Great, thank you.
Comment too. Tom? I just want to say too, just when anyone in the community has a chance to dive into like all of these, I encourage you to look at just like the one-to-one of what the recommendation was and then what the update is. And when you have time to go through, there is some really encouraging progress on there. I think Allison quickly summarized a lot of them, but I encourage people to go in there and take some time. I know a lot of the feedback that we took seriously when a couple of years ago was, yeah, these reviews will be done, but what are you going to do about it? Like, are we actually going to see some impact? And I think while there's tons of work to be done and you see a lot of this ongoing, I think if you review this, you'll see that there is some headway that's being made. And I just encourage people to take the time to do that, because I don't think we can do justice by that in a 10-minute presentation. But thank you for also, Alice and Jen, how you organize this. I think it's easy for the community to follow as well.
Very well.
Yeah, laid out.
A good chunk of it.
Yep.
Mr. Wise may have
Accountable.
recommended that,
Maybe.
but maybe.
And I think I also want to appreciate that you brought back Ms. Orkin's recommendation from the previous one too. I think we've heard time and time again from the committee, like Tom was just saying, oh, you do it, but then what happens? Well, now we're clearly showing the recommendation, the result, the recommendation, the result, the recommendation, the result. And again, I'll thank you for the continued effort, focus, and diligence in getting that work done.
Thank you.
And it's not a box check, you're doing it with the heart that's behind it. So thank you for that as well.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, seeing no more questions, we'll move on. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Dr. Stice.
Thank you.
We're moving on to probably an even quicker update, knowing him. You're good to go, yes. Benchmark update versus district strategic plan, evidence presentation for pillars 1 and 4. Oh, you're doing it. You're doing it. Oh,
But I'm going to do quick.
okay. Go
You
for
ready?
it. Yep.
Okay. So again, in your packets, there's a very detailed one-to-one correspondence of what our goal was and where we are. And I'm just going to highlight a few of the things. Pillar 1 is safe, supportive, equitable, and safe learning environments. Within that, there was a lot of work that we did. One of the things I wanted to highlight was attendance. We had very high expectations of 97%. We didn't quite hit it this year, but we grew in all areas. And so I also wanted to highlight that last year, we only had one school that was going to be about 96% percentage rate. This year, we have two schools. everybody's above 95, and there's growth everywhere, which is really, really exciting. According to the state data, there are only 7 districts that have a better attendance rate than Reading right now, excluding charter schools and vocational schools. We are really making gains here. And as Steve Burnham highlighted with the work that Cindy Marte is doing at Birch earlier tonight, our chronically absent rate has gone down. We are now at 8.6%. So we are continuing to really make sure our kids are in school and engaged. And a lot of that work is happening because every school has been working with the district. We've been meeting on it consistently. We have attendance teams that review data at every single school and modify the interventions accordingly. Liam, who's part of Sarah's team, created a dashboard for every school that is right up to date on attendance, and they're able to follow up. We have a tiered response to student absenteeism and really have built a bunch of tools that they can use and protocols for outreach for families like texts and emails. One of the other things that we got was very exciting. We got a $10,000 grant from DESE this year to work on our attendance. As part of that, we are piloting at the high school another way to communicate with families about attendance and really supplement what we're doing. If it seems to be working, we'd hope to roll it out to the rest of the district. And we also got a grant through DPH, and we were able to hire an MLL liaison. And part of her work, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about later, is to work with families around the importance of attendance. And Mary Juliana's help with that, Karen Hall's help with that. Things like, this is when you have a fever, this is when you come to school, this is when you don't come to school. So it's been very, very impactful, and we're really excited about that. One of the other things I wanted to highlight was, and we've talked a lot about this over the years, that if we have stronger tier 1 and tier 2 interventions and a strong SST process, we should see a decrease in the referrals for special education. And I know you've heard meeting after meeting the work Sarah's team has done to implement new processes and ways to monitor student progress. And our inclusion specialist has also been working with all of the elementary schools on their SST and helping to align. We're also, our related service providers are providing some handbooks and best practices that SST teams can use, so that we're really hoping that all of these supports are going to continue to see a reduction in special education evaluations. And so, what we can say is that we have seen a reduction in our referrals for special education initial evaluation requests. And we are working with every school to also figure out what is the eligibility rate and where are those referrals coming from. Are the ones that are being found no special needs coming from SSTs or from parent referrals, and what can we do to make sure that we're supporting all students who have been referred? Because if they've been referred, there's a problem, and we want to make sure they're successful no matter what those supports are. Another thing I just want to highlight under the safe and supportive schools, we have worked really hard with our community partners, including Chief Clark and Chief Burns, to develop a resource handbook for any possible thing that could happen. If you need to know what to do during a tornado, it's in the handbook. And so we're really trying to align our systems of support to have that appropriate response. And we know it's hard to measure. We had said 100% response rate in the actual plan, which hopefully we do have a safety percent of 100%. But some of the things that we've done that have really stood out is we've done I Love You Guys reunification training, which actually came as a recommendation from our SROs. And we have implemented the CSTAG Comprehensive School Threat Assessment Protocol. I wanted to highlight, Chief Clark actually asked us to go to a meeting with somebody from the Global Health Advisors, and they were trying to write a grant to get a CSTAG implemented across the state of Massachusetts. They were amazed that all of our school psychologists, nurses, social workers, principals, and assistant principals have been trained in this protocol. We've used the protocol 20 times this year. 2 of those were found to be absolutely no threat, and 18 were found to be transient threats, and there was no harm, and we were able to follow up with the students and families. We feel really good that we have this innovative protocol in place and that we're able to use it, and we have used it across every single level over the past 2 years. So, and then the last thing I just wanted to highlight in this area is the work of the MLL department. As Michelle Roach mentioned, Mary Juliana and Karen Hall work really closely to get a grant, and we've hired Tiana Pereira, and she has been doing a tremendous amount of outreach with our MLL families. We have been working on improving our translation and interpretation. Karen actually says what we're doing is building a stronger community. We had over 70 MLL families at the family night.
Really? Is that many?
70 people at the MLL family night, which is huge. Some of the other work that Tiana has been able to do is she's starting to really connect families to resources. So a lot of the work we've done at the Children's Cabinet, the food pantry, healthcare providers, transportation, extended day, all the students are going to the Y summer program. We're able to get them backpacks. She's also increased interpreting at family events such as open house and kindergarten screenings. And one of the things she was able to identify is that we need some additional mental health support for some of our students and families. And so we were able to use that grant money and partner with Embrace Pathways to provide in-school mental health counseling in the students' native languages, which we're really excited about. And there is a healthy family night that's planned for June 4th at the public library. And all of the resources are going to be there, and we plan to work on with the Children's Cabinet in the fall to do another resource fair.
The Healthy Family Night was the 70-person one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that going to be,
Yeah.
yeah.
We got you.
And I can't believe we're already in June.
Yep, time flies.
The last thing I wanted to highlight was Pillar 4, which is family and community engagement. I was going to talk about the Children's Cabinet, but Mr. Wise, you already really kind of gave a summary and overview of what they do. But I did want to highlight it's not just the Children's Cabinet. We have had a lot of our schools and teachers make those part of their goals to increase that. So some examples are Coolidge teachers made the commitment to call all families to introduce themselves. Some of the Coolidge teachers made that their professional plan. Team chairs, you heard a lot about our meet and greet with the CPAC. They're also holding office hours, and Allison and I meet with the team chairs weekly, and we started something new this year where before every meeting, they have to email a parent and say something about a child that they saw that week. And we are asking them to model that with the special education staff at their update meetings. So just more ways to stay connected. Really, that's what the students said when we heard them at Shark Tank, right? We want to come together as a community and really help the community and focus on excellence. One of the other things that happened was every Boston resident family received a personal phone call from a member of Friends of Reading Metco. So we are starting to make those outreaches. And just in summary, the work that the Children's Cabinet is doing is very innovative. We'd like to thank Barbara Best and Teresa Wiggins. We look forward to seeing more ways to streamline our resources, and there will be much more to come on the relational aggression work at the middle school. We got a lot of great ideas from our listening sessions and from a teacher survey. And as Mr. Wise mentioned, we are definitely looking for some more members, people who can even work behind the scenes. One of the people who really deserves a shout out that was mentioned at our last meeting was John Fudo from the YMCA, who is constantly like, you need a place to host, I'm in. You need backpacks, let me help. So we are really excited about that work. And that's a summary of pillars 1 and 4.
Great.
Same plug, take your time to look in there, a lot of information in there too. And we'll come back with an updated strategic, kind of an update in the summer of just spots we need to tweak because of some goals maybe that we didn't think we hit. We need to kind of change our activities or things like that. So more to come over the summer.
One quick thing, I just came to my remembrance as you were talking about reaching out, the Friends of Reading Metco reaching out to Boston families. And I don't think you reported it last week, or you did, Tom, either, but when we were at the advocacy day for Metco, you know, I don't know if it was Millie or one of her senior staff came up and talked about how we have a 30-plus person wait list of Boston residents who want to come to Reading Metco. You know, as we figure out what the growth in that could be, but the fact that Curtis and team have 30-plus people that are either in Boston or in other districts that want to come to Reading is testament of the work that group continues to do. And I just want to acknowledge that as well as part of this connection theme.
Fantastic.
I got that right? You were there in that conversation.
Yeah, so that over 30 families made Reading as their top choice for his Metco district.
Okay.
And we'll see how long the wait list is. We're going through the enrollment process right now.
Great.
Okay, so I think we're done with that. I don't see anybody asking questions. I see a bunch of tired faces, so let's move on to the last section of the agenda until we move to executive session, and that's the school committee vote for the 24-25 calendar update. December 6th being a half day, I believe, is the change, but Dr. Miller.
Correct, yep. I think you said it. You want more context? All right. I'll buckle up again. Here we go. All right. So it's, we realized that that in the calendar that we inadvertently left off one of the December professional development days for middle and high school. So usually we have 6 days, and this would add or we traditionally have 7 days, and this just makes sure that we had that 7th day. So we apologize that was an oversight on our part. We ask that that's corrected as shown in the updated calendar or the updated draft calendar in the packet. Is that better?
Second.
Yeah, both the unions have already reviewed and are good
They
with
have,
it?
correct, yep.
Okay. So do we have a motion?
Motion to approve the updated 24-25 school calendar.
Second.
Seconded by Chuck. You beat Carla. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Thank you.
All opposed? And it passes. All right, one more motion, and then we'll adjourn from open session.
Am I motioning to go to executive session?
Yeah.
Okay. Motion to adjourn to executive session and not return to conduct strategy and preparations for negotiations with non-union personnel, central office and principals.
And I state that it will harm the bargaining position.
Second.
Seconded by Carla. Roll call. Sarah?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Tom? Aye. John?
Yes.
Carla?
Aye.
Chuck?
Aye.
All right, we are so adjourned from public.